This story began in an elite private school called Yggdrasil, situated on a vast estate with several buildings. A young guy in a student uniform called out to a girl named Ellie and touched her shoulder to get her attention. The high school girl turned around and, surprised, asked what could be so important to distract her so abruptly. But when Ellie saw the object of attention before her, her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. It was a well-known person, an extremely attractive and refined individual, whose gestures and movements were admired with awe and excitement by those around her. Her dazzling beauty stood out even among the descendants of noble families. The beauty's name was Aslania Livenshirt, and rumors about this lady preceded her, inspiring admiration in some and envy in others. Besides her striking appearance, the girl was also known for being part of a special student organization called the Sky Vault. The boys gathered in the schoolyard were actively discussing not only her beauty and status, but also recalling her noble blood, as Aslania belonged to the family of Duke Livenshirt himself. One of the female students, upon seeing the aristocrat, folded her hands in prayer and began praising her virtues, insisting that the lady was simply an idol for worship. Suddenly, one of the boys voiced doubt that the described virtues truly belonged to this girl, and those around him looked at him in surprise. Meanwhile, the senior student continued, saying that he had completely different information, that the real Lady Livenshirt had an extremely nasty character. The brave one didn't stop even when the radiant beauty approached the crowd of students, closely adding that she was ruled by pride and greed. The enraged girl also heard several unpleasant comments about her figure. Her face reddened with anger, and rage was ready to burst out. Finally, Aslania shouted that it was a blatant lie, but suddenly realized that everything up to that point had been just a dream. The lady sat up in bed and took a breath, feeling relieved that it had only been a nightmare. However, there were quite serious reasons for such dreams, as was evident even from the girl's hands. The face and figure of the nighttime beauty also spoke for themselves, so it was no surprise that Aslania's subconscious produced unpleasant situations during her nocturnal dives into the dream world. Indeed, the eldest daughter of Duke Livenshirt had noticeable problems with excess weight and with people around her who considered her an unmanageable teenager. To top it all off, the heir to the family played the role of a negative character in the game Fantastic Attraction. Looking at the wall of her room, Aslania recalled episodes from this game, because only there did she have at least some control and moral support for her psyche. The game's premise was to develop the hero and improve their skills to achieve specific goals, and the girl being in her room was absorbed in it. In this universe, which became a new reality for the patient, accessible from any electronic device, not only could you communicate with friends, there was also the opportunity to build your structures, particularly castles, and upgrade them. And at the very end, the player could see one of the endings their actions had led to. Aslania spent so much time in this virtual world that she had already seen all the possible cutscenes offered by the developers, even though it was incredibly difficult. It was an extremely challenging game, where one careless decision could lead to total defeat, so not all players successfully reached the positive final ending. The main game location was Yggdrasil, a closed school for prodigies, where exams were held every semester, and failure meant having to retake them. If the additional test also ended in failure, the student, i.e., the player, was immediately expelled from the institution, and the game ended for them. The difficulty lay in the fact that the character needed to maintain a sympathy rating, which meant there was a need to flirt with others, but flirting reduced the intelligence needed for studying. But if you focused on studying, sympathy would drop, and quite quickly, the player would receive the negative ending number 10. It was hard to balance, since the user could very rarely find a middle ground, developing everything in parallel, and often received one of the side endings, for example, 23, informing that the heroine became a servant. There were also other negative endings, like this one numbered 63, where the player was directly told that he had missed all his chances and was left completely alone. All these difficulties eliminated a huge number of people who wanted to play and did not even allow them to get closer to the main part of the game. But Aslania managed to find a way to maintain a delicate balance. Further, Livenshirt realized that the actions in the game have their reflection in the real world, and the coincidences were complete, right down to the names of the main characters, princes and kings. For some unknown reason, the girl's consciousness entered one of the bosses, who belonged to the villains of the game world, reflected in reality. The bad guys in the game were fluent in magic, so they were a big danger to those around them. With the help of terrible spells, sorcerers and witches could bring incredible suffering to the heads of innocent people. There were cases when the unfortunate were immersed in an airless bubble during sleep, and they literally suffocated without regaining consciousness. The villains also kidnapped their victims, tied them up tightly, and burned them alive. Aslania recalled that this game had other bad endings that she didn't even want to think about. Yes, there were very tough and bloodthirsty game mechanics, so the character had to be developed carefully and thoughtfully, so as not to return to the beginning at the most unexpected moment. Negative characters had great strength and power, and therefore they should be feared and avoided in every possible way in order to survive at least until the end of the next story stage. There were enough villains, but not all of them were strong and powerful. Some died by the middle of the gameplay, and closer to the end, bosses appeared. Deadly dangerous guys. For example, a tall blonde with an arrogant smile named Rudin, better known as the Prince of Light, a strong opponent. Or Juven, called the Messenger of the Dark Forces, always calm, cold-blooded, and powerful enemy. And completing the trio of powerful bosses, the already known to us Aslania, nicknamed the Steel Empress, a truly dangerous and bloodthirsty enemy. It was here that our main character moved. It is noteworthy that her height and weight by the end of the game were equal to each other and stopped at the mark of 170 cm, or kilograms. Because of such proportions, Lady Levenshurt had an impressive list of diseases, from diabetes to problems with the spine, in total almost 20 different ailments. And therefore, the number of possible endings of her story was predetermined. For example, it could be suffocation during a night's sleep, or cardiac arrest due to its unstable work, periodic rhythm failures, and disruption of the entire cardiovascular system. The rest of the diseases also gradually killed the girl, becoming a source of endless pain and incredible suffering. In fact, the patient spent her entire life in a medical facility, since only there could she be guaranteed frequent emergency care, which she desperately needed. And one day, the body still could not withstand the load and was powerless against the piled-up burden of problems, and even medicine could not change anything. The patient died. But after death, her consciousness moved into the form of a game boss. So to some extent, life gave this unfortunate creature or immortal soul another chance. Standing in front of the mirror, the updated Livenshirt promised herself that this time she would do everything right, change, and first of all, take care of her own health. The game, Fantastic Attraction, was originally conceived as a dating simulator where the character can be developed in different directions, while in all this time, only one person saw all the endings. Looking at the multi-tiered tray filled with all sorts of sweet and delicious dishes, the girl categorically declared that she refused to eat it. The maid was very surprised and asked if all these cakes and muffins were not enough for her, and the mistress wanted even more different desserts. To which Aslania replied that from that day on she no longer wanted to have sweet snacks in the morning, but planned to change her diet and was going on a diet right now. The maid was shocked to the depth of her soul. She could expect any whims and childishness from her mistress, but this went beyond her behavior. Frantically staring at the ceiling, the girl tried to find the right words and began sorting through possible explanations for what had happened, finally settling on the idea that they all were about to be fired. She shared her thoughts with another maid, who agreed. and suggested that the mistress would pretend to be on a hunger strike for a few days, and then, seeing no results, would blame the servants. The entire household watched in surprise as the little girl started running every morning in the yard of her luxurious mansion between neatly trimmed green bushes. Despite the sideways glances from those around her, Aslania continued her outdoor training, motivated by one simple circumstance that loomed over her every minute: a painful death. Through pain, tears, and sweat, Lady Livensert continued relentlessly torturing her small chubby body, all the while thinking about how she could speed up her health recovery. Completely exhausted, the girl paused to catch her breath and then began to ponder whether she should add other exercises or hire a trainer. Suddenly, she was called out, and when Aslania turned around, she saw her parents, who were watching her workouts with the same surprise and concern as the servants. Young, beautiful, and healthy, her parents were almost in tears as they watched their chubby daughter try to get herself into shape and wondered what had caused such changes. Her father and mother rushed to their daughter, hugging her and assuring her that she wasn't fat at all, that she had the most perfect figure and needed to gain weight, not lose it. According to her parents, the horrifying picture was that their heiress was starving herself and was on the verge of collapsing from extreme exhaustion and weight loss. And even when the child pointed to the folds of hanging fat on her body, the adults just closed their eyes, sobbing uncontrollably, lamenting the tragedy that had befallen their family. Aslania persistently tried to convince her parents that they were wrong, that she needed to focus on herself and reduce her figure to more acceptable proportions. Trying to get through to her parents, the girl insisted that she really needed to lose weight, and if they continued to pressure her, she would stop eating at the same table with them. Her father and mother were shocked by their daughter's behavior and her attempt to blackmail them in such an unusual way. Then their confusion turned into anger and irritation, and Duke Livensert frowned, saying that she shouldn't talk like that, and that she needed to change her attitude toward this issue. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, signaling his deep displeasure with the current situation. Then the father hurriedly put on a pained expression and said that she shouldn't torture herself for no reason, as it could be dangerous for her health. During the next meal, when the girl tried to eat only low-calorie foods, the subject of Aslania's interactions with children her age was raised at the table. And while the mother anxiously watched her daughter eat nothing but lettuce leaves, the father continued saying that his acquaintance Marquis Appleton had a son about her age. Watching the rebel eat her greens, Livenshirt added that the boy had few friends, and they could get along well, or ideally even become friends. Her restless soul thought that in her previous life, she had no friends at all, as it's hard to form friendships when you spend your days confined to a hospital bed and feeling unwell. Many times as a sick child, tethered to a medical institution, she had thought about how wonderful it would be to have a real friend. The teenager's envy knew no bounds, as she also wanted to laugh and joke with peers, play games, have fun, or just spend time doing whatever. Putting down her fork, Aslania thought that making a real friend was a great idea, as they could help and support her on her journey to restoring her health. The girl had already painted a beautiful picture in her mind and was now ready to bring it into reality, so she happily agreed to her parents' proposal. Then the heiress eagerly asked when she could meet her first friend. In fact, her father wanted to use his own daughter to secure an invitation to dinner with the Marquess, which was his primary goal in suggesting friendship with the boy. Moreover, under the roof of their family estate, her parents planned to use this opportunity to make Aslania return to her previous eating habits. The boy loudly closed the book he had been reading and looked at the incoming guest in surprise, visibly puzzled, and not hiding his negative attitude. He called her a piglet and suggested that she had gotten lost, and instead of the butcher's room in the kitchen, had wandered into his apartments, which he considered a grave mistake. The girl was shocked by such insolence, but she decided that responding with rudeness was not the way to go, and instead she began thinking about what to do next. Aslania came to the conclusion that if she had no other options for friends, then she would have to establish contact with this ill-mannered boy. 3 travelers were riding in a carriage. They were having a leisurely conversation and reminiscing about how one of them saved the life of another. Among the passengers was the Marquis of Baloo Appleton. He thanked his companion for his visit because lately he had completely relaxed and suffered from boredom and idleness. Opposite the man sat the Duke of Levenshurt with his daughter and listened as the Marquis spoke about his uncommunicative son and asked Aslania to be friends with him, to which she agreed. The problem turned out to be that the boy was an impudent and rude young man who did not want to see or hear the friend imposed on him and made all sorts of stupid remarks about her. The kid openly mocked her plain appearance and did not hide his contempt for the Duke's daughter. Of course, this irritated Aslania, but not critically. Besides, the boy had the same name as the top boss from the game, Fantastic Attraction, Yuvin Appleton. According to the rules of the game, the Steel Empress always looked down on people, exalting herself above them, and in order to call the last enemy, it was necessary to reproach the aristocrat for pride. The messenger of the dark forces, who bore the name of Yuvin, belonged to the category of people who received sincere pleasure, mocking the weak and defenseless commoners. His only strong desire in life was to get even more power than he had at that moment, while he walked over heads and left behind mountains of corpses. Appleton often killed just because he saw some minimal flaw in a person, believing that weakness should be punished by death. His strong magical abilities and endless evil created a terrible reputation for the guy as a bloody butcher called the Messenger of Darkness. Aslania was seated at a table that was literally bursting with incredibly tasty and excessively high-calorie food. This was specially arranged, not without the participation of her parents. Instincts and old habits took possession of the girl for a moment, and she literally stared at the exquisite dishes abundantly placed around. Gathering all her willpower into a fist, the Duke's daughter closed her eyes and clenched her teeth. She was furious at her father, who was sitting next to her, and laughing at her torment of internal struggle. However, the battle did not last long. The intoxicating aroma captivated the mind, and not remembering herself, the hungry girl literally pounced on the prepared dishes and ate them all, leaving the plates empty. After a long refusal to eat for her stomach, this breakdown turned out to be as difficult a test as running around the family mansion. At some point, it seemed to her that her heart was about to stop. Meanwhile, the guests present ate slowly, leisurely, wielding cutlery, and engaged in small talk on abstract topics. Carefully wiping their mouths with a napkin, they watched as the little girl could not control herself, and as her father praised the unfortunate little girl for her excellent appetite. A few days after the Duke of Levenshurt's visit, Aslania was still continuing her unequal fight. Every time the girl found herself at the table, her consciousness was powerless before the mass of attractive dishes and treats. But as soon as she managed to leave the walls of the mansion, her willpower returned to her, and the heiress of the family began to torture herself with physical exercise, usually running. In fact, her life turned into a vicious cycle, where the pain of overeating was replaced by the torment of overexertion and fatigue, but Aslania did not yet understand how to break out of it. Unfortunately, all this abuse of her own body only tired her heart and disturbed her nerves because her weight froze in place and refused to move in the desired direction. At the same time, with each passing day, the girl felt that she wanted to exercise less and less and wanted to eat more and more, which meant that soon her weight would start to grow again. In her past life, her daily diet was compiled by doctors and scheduled by the hour, and all this time, hunger for tasty but unhealthy food was accumulating in her. And now, the binge was actively taking its toll. And every time when it seemed to Aslania that she was about to overcome the craving for gluttony, the servants brought new food that smelled even better and was even more difficult to refuse. The girl felt that she was starting to give in and was losing a new battle every day, but she still hoped to win this war, no matter how difficult it was. In addition, the Duke's heiress felt that she was greatly hampered by the constant pressure from her parents, especially her father, before whom she always gave in and sometimes even dreamed of escaping. But that was not all, since the task from the parents to make friends with Yuven could not be completed because the boy simply avoided or pretended not to notice Aslania. The girl watched him very carefully and even studied her friend to some extent, but could not find the key to him so that he would change his attitude towards her. In addition, the behavior of the heir of Appleton was noticeably different from what she was used to seeing in the game she was familiar with. In fact, he was a different person, a lover of weighty tomes. The books near which the boy spent whole days clearly did not match his age because there were not even funny pictures or other content that children love. Livenshirt's daughter noticed that the most frequently visited place in the mansion was an extensive library. Perhaps the clue to the boy's behavior lies there. Aslania followed him and around him, trying to understand his behavioral habits and establish at least some kind of contact. But Yuven just sat and read demonstratively, pretending that in front of him was not a person of his age, but just an annoying misunderstanding. Once again, the girl approached the boy and tried to start a dialogue. She tried to be extremely polite and courteous. However, the teenager looked at his peer with a long, sad look and did not answer. He even stopped calling her names, believing that she was not worthy of even this attention. The prolonged pause ended in nothing, as Yuven simply moved his gaze from the girl's face to the pages of the book and then continued reading. But Aslania was not going to give up. She had been gentle and patient for too long, and now a plan had matured in her head, according to which she must awaken the power dormant in the boy. To do this, she came even closer to the Marquis's son, and with a sharp movement, snatched from his hands a large red book, which the heir of Appleton had been enthusiastically reading all this time. Then the pretender to a friend leaned right over the surprised boy and offered to play an exciting game where they had to fight each other. The publication was dedicated to how you can easily kill an enemy without putting much effort into this process. It should be noted that Aslania had been preparing for this moment. She had studied some materials in the library and was now more advanced in magical matters than before. More than others, the girl was interested in control magic because she needed such skills to solve pressing problems. The observant little girl noticed that more than others, Yuven was attracted to tomes on the topic of increasing one's own power, as well as gaining magical power, which meant that the beast was already awakening in him. Aslania thought that while this boss was still a child, he could not pose a danger, but apparently it was in childhood that his terrible insides were formed. This meant that the girl had to hurry because every day of his classes increased the risks of destroying all her plans for a happy new life in this world. And suddenly, an unusual idea came to her mind on how to fight the boy and defeat him without resorting to magic or special spells. The technique turned out to be incredibly simple and effective. Yuven was lying on the floor and screaming in pain and resentment, and the one he had so often called rude names simply sat on top of him. Young Appleton was still very weak physically and therefore could not withstand the heavy load that pressed him to the floor, and the girl was already thinking about his mother. Sitting astride Yuven, Aslania remembered his parent, the Marchioness of Astia, who was a very weak woman, often ill, and died suddenly while still young. The girl heard that pregnancy and childbirth had finally undermined the health of the unfortunate woman, and she could no longer climb out of the abyss into which she was sliding. The mother of the heir to Appleton died having lived only a few years after the birth of her son, which undoubtedly affected his future life. From the servants' conversations, the girl learned that while Astia was alive, Yuven was a model of politeness, courtesy, and good nature. The boy smiled, laughed, and joked a lot, and was also like all ordinary children who enjoy life and have fun at any occasion. The boy loved his mother very much and spent as much time with her as her progressing illness allowed. But from the day Astia's eyes closed forever, Yuven changed dramatically. became a withdrawn, irritable, hot-tempered, and quarrelsome boy. And the boy was in this depressed and angry state until this moment, and no one could cheer him up, make him laugh, or distract him from the grief in which the child's heart was drowning. The girl thought that her mother's death was probably the starting point that awakened the essence of the messenger of darkness in Astia's son and gave birth to a strong and cruel game boss. Then a new plan was born in the head of the failed friend, and she told the helpless boy that if he did not want to be friends with her, so be it, then she would be his older sister. Pressed by an unbearable weight to the red carpet, Juven began to complain that he did not need any friend, and especially a sister, performed by Aslania. To which the girl replied that since he lost in a fair fight, he could not express his opinion, but should only silently agree and accept the inevitable. Young Appleton squealed that there was no battle, he was just unexpectedly pushed off the couch and crushed by a bag of bones. The girl narrowed her eyes and replied that if he did not want to give in and admit his defeat, that was his right. Then, with a sharp movement, she turned the skinny boy's body to face her and grabbed his wrists, adding that she would not beat him hard. It was obvious that the heir to the Marquis was clearly not prepared for such a turn of events, because a mask of bewilderment froze on his face. And suddenly, the room was filled with uncontrollable childish laughter, mixed with despair, sobbing, and heart-rending moans. Juven asked Aslania to stop her torture and leave him, but she only smiled and continued watching as the fragile child's body writhed under her weight. The girl said that she would stop only when he admitted defeat and agreed with her triumph, and until that moment, the uncontrollable tickling would continue. Without losing her pressure, the Duke's heiress added that she really liked to hear his laughter, and that the boy had been walking around with a sad expression on his face for too long. Seeing that the heir of Appleton was beginning to waver, Aslania increased the pressure and sped up her movements. Juven was holding on with all his might, but his emotions were already approaching the very edge of his endurance, which meant that the boy was seriously beginning to think about stopping the torture at any cost. Finally, the young aristocrat filled the room with a shrill cry that he surrendered and begged for mercy. Meanwhile, the servants who were nearby were shocked to hear the young master laugh for the first time in many years. Not daring to approach the maids, began to cry, remembering the great loss that the boy had to go through, having lost his beloved mother at such an early age. The servants also assumed that in this way the Marquise's heir was expressing his joy associated with his new girlfriend, the Duke's daughter, but they simply did not see his face at that moment. After some time, the children went out into the blooming garden and approached a huge bush of blue roses that had blossomed a few days ago. Aslania happily announced that if Juven wanted, they could repeat this game competition at any time. The boy looked depressed and replied that it was a stupid idea and he really did not want to repeat it under any circumstances. Making a sly expression and picking a rose, the Duke's heiress noted that from now on he should call her Nuna and add some respectful words because she was older. Juven shouted that this was complete chaos and he did not intend to fulfill a single one of her conditions, to which the girl replied that the Marquise's heir should behave more modestly. Then, Aslania suggested that she was in such a beautiful garden, among fragrant and wonderful flowers, and at the same time be in a terrible mood, probably very sad. The heir of Appleton froze in mid-sentence. He really did not like the situation he found himself in, but there was truth in the words of this unpleasant girl, and he felt it. After thinking a little, Juven continued in a calmer voice. He noticed that no one had called these flowers such beautiful words before. Standing in front of a huge bush of blue roses and holding one of its flowers in her hand, the Duke's heiress wondered why they were not given due attention. Then, Aslania brought the flower to her nose, inhaled its aroma, and repeated her question, adding that it was very strange not to call a spade a spade. At first, the boy stood and looked at this strange, fat, and unpleasant girl, who had put him in an awkward position and made him feel his own weakness. But then Juven suddenly felt a strange warmth spreading inside his chest. He had not experienced this feeling for a long time. Once upon a time, many years ago, a great distortion of the magical space occurred in the world, which is called the First Distortion. These were truly dark times. Monsters broke into the realm of people and sowed chaos, lawlessness, and suffering left and right. According to the records of ancient legends, it was during those times that a unique blue rose appeared, which did not exist before. Yuvin finished the story, saying that the flowers took root well and are popular, but no one dares to call them beautiful since they are associated with the invasion of monsters. The girl did not answer, but continued to stand and squeeze the stem of this mysterious flower with a difficult history in her plump palm. The boy asked if Aslania still considered these flowers beautiful after learning how they appeared in their world. The Duke's daughter replied that she knew this story, but had never found any evidence or confirmation that it was true, and therefore preferred to call beautiful flowers beautiful. Juven said that no one liked these flowers, and everyone spoke badly of them, and they remained in the garden only because his own mother planted them. On the eve of the birth, the condition of the Marchioness of Astia noticeably worsened, so the head of the Appleton family turned to the doctor for help to analyze the condition of his wife. After carrying out the necessary manipulations, the doctor turned to the Marchioness of Baloo and said that there was no way to save both the mother and the child at the same time, so the husband must make a difficult choice. At the same time, the specialist added that there was no time to hesitate because time works against the health of both the mother and the unborn child. The Marquis had a very hard time making the decision, but the situation had developed in such a way that there were no other options, so he focused on the answer. Gathering all his courage, the man clenched his fist and gave the doctor an answer. However, despite the fact that all efforts were aimed at saving only one member of the family, both survived. The first thing Astia said, taking the baby in her arms, were the words, "Blue Rose." She added that they should plant this flower around the estate as a reminder of the miracle that had happened. The Marquis tried to weakly object to his wife, that people would not understand such an act, but his wife gently insisted on her own, and Baloo did not argue. And since then, this unusual plant has settled on the territory of the Appleton family estate as a living reminder of the miracles happening in the world. Not everyone shared Astia's view of the miraculous healing that had occurred, but over time, people simply got used to the blue color that filled the rooms and the yard. The simple servants resisted the longest in their minds. The rose symbolized trouble and brought misfortune, so they always perceived this desire of the mistress with condemnation. Juven added that people spoke well of the flower only out of respect for his deceased mother, but in fact, everyone tries to stay as far away from blue flowers as possible. Meanwhile, a butterfly of the same color flew up to the flower, and the boy added that he believed in the sincerity of Aslania's words and thanked her. The surprised girl accidentally scared the insect and looked in surprise at her planned friend. This moment seemed especially touching to her. The Marquis's heir continued saying that he tries not to mention his mother because it is difficult, but today the memories of her and the garden roses echoed in his heart, not with pain, but with warmth. The butterfly flew up to the flower again, probably attracted by the rich blue color, harmoniously combined with the shade of these light wings. A month passed so slowly, and the day came when Aslania had to leave the Marquis's estate and return home. The first thing the girl did was go to Juven, and while the heiress of the Duke of Livenshirt hurried to her, named friend options for their meeting flashed through her head for some reason. For the most part, they were negative. Over the past 4 weeks, the young lady had completely abandoned her diet, but she managed to concentrate on the boy and joyfully shouted that she was leaving when she literally burst into his room. However, the young aristocrat was not in the library, although all the days before this, he began his morning with books. Now only the maid was here. The girl bowed respectfully to the heiress of the noble family and said that the young master was not here. Then the maid said that Juven went to a place that is not customary to speak about out loud, but Aslania still did not understand anything. Seeing the confusion on the girl's face, the maid added that this place is located somewhat far from the house and prying eyes. There on the hill, in the shade of a small tree, and surrounded by nature, is the grave of Astia, the mother of the heir to Appleton. The Duke's daughter asked in surprise why Juven went there today and not another day, to which the girl replied that today was the birthday of the deceased Marchioness, which her son never misses and always visits his mother. The servant saw how the young master went there, as he had done all the previous years. The servant also added that Juven took with him a bouquet of blue roses, which the Marchioness loved. Aslania thought that her son wanted to honor the memory of his deceased mother and give her favorite flowers, which she associated with a miracle. The boy had almost reached his destination when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. It seemed to him that someone had called him by name. He looked around the area again, but saw no one. Deciding that he had imagined it, Juven turned around and set off again. He knew this road well. The heir of Appleton slowly moved up the hill to its top, covered with lush green grass, occasionally skirting sparsely standing trees. The boy's hearing did not deceive him. Someone really was following him and watching him for some time. Soon, the silhouette of the person pursuing him appeared behind the foliage. The huntress almost tracked down her target, but getting to it was not as easy as it seemed at first glance. The thing is that the climb was incredibly difficult for the girl. Every step up the mountain echoed in her ears. Aslania even picked up a stick to lean on like a walking stick, but it was of little help. The low hill turned out to be a serious obstacle on her way. The Duke's heiress remembered the maid who spoke about this mountain as a small elevation that could be easily climbed in just a few minutes. Every movement was incredibly difficult, but the young lady was not one to give up easily. Suddenly she saw a petal of a familiar color under her feet. And a little further, right in the grass, lay the bouquet of blue roses. The girl thought about what could have made the boy throw away his mother's favorite flowers. Aslania stopped to catch her breath and began to carefully examine the find. It turned out that the flowers were not laid, but simply thrown. The Duke's heiress did not yet know what had happened, but her guesses were the worst. Suddenly she realized that she needed to act, threw away her stick, and rushed to the very top. It was hard to walk and incredibly difficult to run, but the girl overcame the pain in her side and moved forward quickly and inexorably. Suddenly, Aslania stopped dead in her tracks because she did not expect to see this picture in front of her. Juven was sitting on the ground, and above him towered a huge bony monster who had appeared out of nowhere on the Marquis's estate. The monster was scary and disgusting. It waved its terrible claws and long tail right in front of the child's face, and purple slime was dripping down its head. The Duke's heiress did not understand how this was possible and did not know what to do, because confronting such a powerful opponent in her condition was tantamount to suicide. But something else was more important. What exactly did the monster want? Why did it come here? And what were its true goals? Why did it attack the boy? Meanwhile, the bony tail of the monster began to wrap itself around the boy's head. This did not bode well, rather the opposite. And then, the strong and powerful hand of the mystical creature reached out to Juven. The young gentleman looked at the approaching threat as if spellbound, and did not even try to do anything. And a moment before, the dark paw of an unknown beast fell on the fragile child's body. Aslania rushed to the boy and covered him with herself. Then the bright colors of the world quickly faded, and everything was plunged into some strange twilight. The girl's light hair fluttered in the wind, but its owner did not notice it. Her consciousness was now far away. She thought that if she did not prevent the monster from killing Juven, then in many years she would get rid of the need to fight the boss, called the Messenger of Darkness. However, her body began to react against her will, and therefore rushed to save her friend, who was now unharmed. The heir of the Marquis held Aslania's limp body in his arms, and could not believe what was happening. According to the plot of the game, Fantastic Attraction itself, Yuvan Appleton was supposed to be the final and most dangerous boss. But the time spent together was not in vain, especially for the girl, as she felt that she had a real younger brother, albeit with a difficult character. In her past life, Aslania dreamed of having a brother, and during the past time, she managed to become attached to the boy with her soul and heart. But a terrible monster stood in her way to happiness, and she could not stay away soon. Consciousness began to return, and the young heiress of the Duke began to tell Yuvan that he should run away. The boy was shocked and could not say or do anything. It felt like the boy had fallen into a stupor. The thought was spinning in the little heir's head that he was wrong, because this ugly girl had just proven that she could be a strong and loyal friend. Yuvan was impressed by the fact that Aslania had just rushed and risked her life for the sake of a stranger. The Marquise's heir immediately remembered the words of his mother, who before her death asked him to be strong when she was not around. Many times the boy heard the servants whispering and discussing the death of Lady Aslania, and then they, as a rule, blamed the boy for the tragedy. The boy thought about how to stay strong if you caused the death of a loved one. Yuvan had read a large number of wise books and knew how important it was to have a strong body, a developed spirit, and an unbending character. The books gave a lot of different advice in any direction of life, and the boy gradually absorbed them all, while he considered the development of the body to be the easiest. But the ancient tomes and modern sources said nothing about training the soul. And every time remembering his mother, the child cried, unable to cope with the rolling waves of heavy emotions, and drops of bitter tears flooded the pages. Suddenly, she appeared in his life, a fat girl with a loving heart, whom he rejected in every possible way, but she still managed to find the key to his soul. Aslania was full of flaws, from her food addiction to her plump appearance. But the girl always aspired to something, even if she had no chance of winning, or any success the Duke's heiress tried under any circumstances. However, having found herself in a critical situation, she reacted without thinking, in the way she considered correct, and now Yuvan was left alone with the monster, one-on-one. The boy looked with wide-open eyes into the tiny eye sockets of the monster and did not know what to do. The young gentleman remembered well his mother's words about being strong, but he did not understand what exactly he should do in such a situation. Then Aslania's words came into his head about him needing to get out of here as quickly as possible. All this time he considered her weak, helpless, and useless, but everything turned out to be quite the opposite. The boy ran his hand through the girl's hair. She no longer seemed as disgusting and vile to him as before, and he thought that the friend he had imposed on him was really stronger and better than him. Then Yuvan remembered his mother and realized that the bravest thing a person could do was to give up his life for someone else. That's exactly what the Duke's heiress did when she shielded the boy from the clawed paw of the sinister monster. And now, the young gentleman was able to gather in his head the complete picture that he lacked for a true understanding of the nature of human strength. He thanked the girl and raised his hand in the direction of the monster. The dark creature had been patiently watching what was happening all this time, and even tilted its head to better examine the change that had occurred in the boy. Suddenly, for the monster, the boy's hand suddenly became very big, and he tried to close himself off from this powerful energy, but it was too late. Unable to resist the flow of the powerful element, the alien from another world cried out in pain and felt himself being squeezed from all sides by strong fingers. He could not resist or even move his strong arms or bony tail, as if a dark, dense cocoon had enveloped him from all sides and compressed him to microscopic sizes, subordinating him to someone else's will. Then Yuvan clenched his fist with all his might and flattened the monster along with its trap, thereby sending it on a return journey to where the stranger had arrived in our world from. After defeating the darkness, the heir to the Marquis returned to Aslania. Fortunately, she was not hurt, but only lost consciousness, and was now in a state of deep and carefree sleep. The boy looked at his friend with warmth and thought that now his life would be completely different, because if she had not risked her life, then surely he would have grown into someone unknown. The monster suppressed his will and fettered his mind with its unexpected visit so that Juven was confused and showed weakness, although his knowledge was enough to deal with the enemy. The heir of the Marquis recalled that all the years spent behind books turned out to be useless as soon as fear fettered his body. The fact is that all this time the boy lived with a sense of guilt for the death of his mother, which destroyed him from the inside and made him weak, but now everything has changed. Now Juven understood that there are things in the world worth living for, and his new girlfriend helped him understand this, for which he was very grateful to her. After which the teenager remembered the bouquet of blue roses thrown during his escape from evil spirits. Now they became a symbol of a miracle, not only in the life of his mother, but also in the fate of his son. In the main hall, a solemn farewell was held for the family of Duke Levenshurt, whose month-long visit had come to an end. In addition to other members of the family, Juven also came out to see the guests off. Now he was a completely different person than a month ago. A smile shone on his face, and there was clarity and confidence in his gaze. Aslania was very pleased that she had finally managed to solve this problem, albeit in such a risky way, and the girl was also happy that the boy began to call her Nuna as she wanted. They parted as true friends, and the Duke's heiress was very pleased to see the smile of young Appleton, so she invited him to stay with them. Finally, Juven asked the young aristocrat to describe the image of the ideal guy that had formed in her head by that moment. Nuna thought about it. It was a sudden and very difficult question. However, she immediately began to list the criteria that her ideal should meet. The first thing the Duke's heiress remembered was muscles. There should be a lot of them, and a man should literally exude health, strength, and power. In second place were internal qualities such as kindness, care, responsibility, politeness, and a beautiful smile, to which Juven promised that he would become just like that. One day, Aslania fell ill. This happened even before visiting the Marquis's mansion and meeting the Appleton family. But this was not a simple disease, but a magical fever that some children suffer from in their teens. At that time, the girl was 11 years old, and the illness overtook her right in the middle of the night, in bed, when for several hours her body underwent mystical transformations. When the unpleasant sensations passed, the girl realized that a magical essence had awakened in her, and she had now embarked on the path of magic. It was at this moment that a teenage girl, who had died somewhere in a parallel reality, was transferred to the body of Aslania Levenshurt and became who she is now. After some time, having settled into this world familiar to her from the plot of the game, the young sorceress came to her father and told the Duke that a magical gift had awakened in her. The parent, who was drinking aromatic tea at that time, was surprised and pleased. At the same time, he asked why she hadn't said anything about it before, because fever occurs differently in children. Then the man got a little angry because the girl had hidden her condition from her parents, which usually should have been observed and controlled from the outside. But after Aslania told her that it was a very quick and almost painless fever, the father softened and lifted his daughter high up. He began to spin the girl from side to side, causing more unpleasant sensations than during the last illness. The young sorceress thought that sometimes it is better not to have any gift and live a calm, simple life without attracting the attention of evil monsters and without touching dangerous elements. However, Aslania soon realized that it is better to use all available opportunities and resources in order to plan actions as competently as possible, and therefore magical knowledge can really help her. The father leaned over his beloved daughter and offered to test her magical abilities in order to understand what element had been dormant in the young sorceress all this time. The Duke led the girl to a large crystal ball resting on a satin pillow and told her to place her childish hands on its smooth surface. The artifact responded even before Aslania had time to touch it. A bright light green hue appeared in its depths, which surprised her father. The head of the Levenshurt family was shocked by how strongly the attribute reacted to his daughter's magical abilities. As a result, the ball revealed a strong magical gift called enhancement. And then the Duke promised that he would find a suitable teacher for his beloved daughter. After some time, the father called the heiress to him and showed her a guy dressed in high brown boots with belts. It was a stately and strong young man named Bertrand Schumann. He thanked for the honor bestowed upon him by the noble family and introduced himself as a mentor of the magical craft. Aslania looked at this broad-shouldered, handsome man and could not believe her eyes. She did not know anything about this teacher yet, but she had already literally fallen in love with him. The mentor smiled and said that he was glad to become a trainer of magic for the young lady, and in the near future, they would begin magical exercises. The Duke's heiress still could not utter a word. She was so shocked by their acquaintance that she literally fell into a stupor. All Aslania could do at that moment was look at Bertrand, with her mouth open in amazement, and repeat his name in her head. Finally, the young sorceress somehow overcame the confusion that had arisen, and replied that she was also very pleased to meet him. After which the young sorceress asked when their long-awaited training would begin, to which the guy laughed and praised her for her thirst for knowledge. Suddenly, Schumann squatted down and began to examine his ward very carefully. She did not understand what was happening. Looking at the surprised Aslania, Bertrand said that before starting magical practices, she should prepare a little and do something. The next phrase of the handsome mentor literally knocked the teenager out cold from it. It followed that the student's weight was 38 kilo and her height was 136 cm, and such a proportion was an obstacle to learning. Squinting and folding his arms across his chest, the mentor noticed that her magical potential far exceeded her physical development, which meant she needed to get her body in order. Right before the eyes of her astonished father, Schumann said that the girl needed a diet, but losing weight on the mansion's territory was simply impossible since it was too comfortable. Ignoring the Duke's gaze, Bertrand continued that it would only be difficult at first, and when the ward mastered the magic of amplification, she would be able to turn what she ate into mana, and the excess weight would go away forever. Aslania looked at the teacher and could not believe her ears because he was offering her a way to escape obesity and at the same time giving her hope for a return to hearty meals. Having mastered the amplification techniques, the teenage girl would be able to absorb absolutely any volume of goodies while accumulating mana and keeping her figure slim. Bertrand also added that her body would become not just thin, but graceful and fit, and at high levels of development. Simply ideal. Aslania was literally exhausted from the desire to start as soon as possible. And after some time, grueling training began, during which the girl performed a lot of difficult exercises under the sensitive guidance of Schumann. The young sorceress ran, jumped, climbed rocks, and in every possible way, loaded her muscles with various movements. Thus she stubbornly moved forward towards her goal. Sweat rolled off the girl in a stream during push-ups, only this time the parents did not interfere and allowed the mentor to do his job as efficiently as possible. When Aslania felt really bad, and she literally fell on the grass from fatigue, Bertrand gave her a special potion, created according to his recipe, and strength returned to the exhausted body. At first, the healing elixir was only added to the girl's diet. It was tasteless and disgusting. But the Duke's daughter believed in the result, and her mentor. Soon, the sorceress managed to completely switch to drinking the magic potion, completely giving up regular food so the internal processes should proceed faster. The magic teacher liked the mood of his ward. She was not like other spoiled noble children, although she looked very colorful. But Aslania was not the only one who set a goal for herself. Schumann decided that at all costs, he would turn his student into the best magician of all time and people. After just 1 month, the teenage girl was unrecognizable. She could do more than 100 push-ups without stopping. Bertrand was proud of the achievements of the Duke's heiress and his mentorship, since his plan was being realized even faster than he expected. The young lady could be recognized only by her blue clothes and eyes. The rest of the girl's body had undergone serious changes, getting rid of all the extra pounds. In addition, Aslania had noticeably grown and stretched out. and at the same time acquired strength, muscle firmness, and confidence in her actions. Now, the young sorceress looked in the mirror with pleasure, and not with disgust, and watched as she acquired ideal forms every day. In just 1 month, she lost weight, restored her health, and gained endurance, which allowed her to perform a lot of complex exercises. However, now they seemed easy and pleasant to the girl. The gilded carriage was moving from the Marquis of Appleton's estate towards the Duke of Leavenshurst's mansion, with 2 people sitting in it. The young heir of the family accompanied his father on the trip and was very happy that he would soon see the very girl who had changed his whole life, and for the better. Baloo was pleased to see his son in such a good mood, so he said that the boy would be very surprised when he saw Aslania, because a lot had happened during that month. Juven was bringing his friend Nuna a bouquet of blue roses, the very ones that had played such an unusual role in his life, and he believed that she would definitely like this gift. The boy remembered her plump face, but he was not at all embarrassed by her size because he knew what a kind and faithful heart beat in her chest. At this time, it was time for the next grueling workout, during which Aslania did push-ups. Noticing that the exercise was too easy for the student, Bertrand decided to complicate the technique a little and sat right on the young lady's back. Schumann tried to pretend that he did not notice the outstanding successes of his student, but deep down, he did not cease to be amazed by her achievements and fantastic progress. Moreover, the teacher could control his own weight and therefore gradually added kilograms to his body, so that his 120 kilo turned into 700. And despite such a gigantic value, which would undoubtedly kill an ordinary person at the start, Aslania did push-ups over and over again. Even Bertrand, an experienced trainer, felt uneasy from such a load, but he patiently let the girl do the exercise to failure. Yes, now in front of him was not the same plump little girl who could not deny her belly a portion of sweets. Now it was a strong and powerful beast. At the end of this new training, the Duke's heiress literally stopped feeling her body, and for a moment, it seemed to her that Schumann had flattened her, but the mentor continued to joke. Meanwhile, Juven was walking along the garden path, and from what he saw, he immediately dropped the bouquet of blue roses, and then the young gentleman rushed to his Nuna to find out how she was feeling. But realizing that in front of him was a magic mentor who was explaining his method to his student, the boy froze in indecision, not knowing what to do to avoid getting in the way. Suddenly, Bertrand was forced to interrupt his training because he heard a strange noise behind him. It turned out that it was Juven who had strained his dark magic power. It seemed to him that this man was treating his beloved Nuna too harshly and not at all respectfully. Turning around, Schumann was shocked because he realized that in front of him was a cold-blooded killer who could use terrible witchcraft against him. Getting up from Aslania, who was sprawled on the ground, the mentor tried to explain that all this was just training, but he realized that it was too late and prepared to repel the attack. It was difficult to withstand the onslaught of dark magic. It was reinforced by teenage aggression and a thirst for justice. Bertrand thought that this was probably the young heir of the Appleton family. Reflecting the attacks, the teacher began to think about why the boy threw the bouquet and began to throw spells at him. Then Schumann remembered that the young gentleman shouted the name of Noon before starting his unfounded aggression. Then Bertrand shouted for the boy to stop because his name was probably Juven, about whom Aslania had talked so much lately. For some time, dark spells were still flying from the figure of the heir of the Appletons, and his eyes burning with flame expressed only one desire: death. But suddenly, the meaning of what the mentor said finally reached the magician's consciousness, and in an instant he changed both in his face and in his actions. And now, before Schumann stood no longer a cold-blooded and ruthless dark magician, but a timid young man in love, who trembled and caught every word of his Nuna's teacher. Bertrand told how much Aslania talked about her friend from the Appleton family when she was resting after sports and magical practices. In fact, the ward never told the teacher about Juven, but the experienced mentor, seeing the bouquet of flowers and the teenager's reaction decided to play ahead and turned out to be right. The boy was in love. It was literally red on his embarrassed face, and the red blush that appeared on his cheeks after he found out that Nuna was thinking about him and talking about him out loud. The experienced master immediately took the naive boy into his hands, promising that he would tell him some details from his dialogues with Aslania that related to his person. Leaving the girl to cope with the consequences of training on her own, Bertrand took the young gentleman away from the place of their recent battle because he wanted to defuse the situation as quickly as possible. And while the novice sorceress was slowly coming to her senses, Schumann told her that his student had the deepest and most tender feelings for the heir of Appleton, as if he were her own brother. Juven was glad to hear these words, and then admitted that she really acted like a wise and strong older sister, and he was a stupid and weak boy. The heir of the Marquis completely trusted this smart and experienced man, who communicated so closely with his beloved Nuna and knew so much about her. Then Bertrand added that Aslania always believed in the boy, that he would grow up and become a very good and strong person. Seeing that the boy was very easy to contact, Schumann assumed that she thought so much about him because she liked Juven, but Aslania was afraid to admit it. Suddenly, the son of the Marquis perked up and asked the mentor why he used such cruel methods in training, because it was hard to, which Schumann replied that there was no other way. Bertrand explained that the magic of strengthening has its own characteristics, and without tedious training, it cannot be developed. In addition, if approached incorrectly, it can cause a dangerous disease. After which, the mentor looked at the blue sky with white clouds and added that he believed in her since she was a very capable and purposeful girl. Then Schumann warned Juven that what was said between them today should remain a secret, otherwise Aslania would stop trusting her mentor and sharing her thoughts about the boy with him. And in the end, Bertrand concluded that if the student had no one to discuss the Marquis's son with, she would stop thinking about him, to which the boy immediately responded, assuring that he would keep everything a secret. Thus the clever teacher avoided all possible troubles and ignited the flame of true love in the young heart of the young master. After a short silence, Juven began to look at the sleeping girl and asked when she would wake up from this deep and sleepless sleep, to which Schumann replied that it would happen as soon as her strength was restored. Training and practice continued all summer, and outside the window, the trees had already turned yellow, and the forests had replaced green colors and shades with yellow, red, and orange. Standing on the scale, Aslania was finally able to exhale because her new weight was 33 kg, which she considered the ideal indicator. Despite serious physical training and the presence of incredibly strong and firm muscles, this was practically not manifested in any way. Outwardly, such was the magic of strengthening. The exercises led to the fact that now this fragile-looking teenage girl could lift multi-ton stone blocks with one hand. The only thing the Duke's heiress regretted was that after finishing her studies, she and Schumann would have to part ways, and she had become so accustomed to him. Aslania was somewhat consoled by the fact that now any heights were available to her, and she could easily stand up for herself, or even protect someone if necessary. The young sorceress looked to the future with confidence because she had learned to win difficult tests, which meant that life would now be simpler and easier. Meanwhile, Juven was also not lagging behind. Several months ago, magical abilities appeared in him, and he was slowly developing them. Nuna tried to direct and in every way support any manifestations of kindness in his heart, because she knew that according to the plot of the game, he could become the most terrible villain in the world. Aslania was proud of herself because she was sure that as long as she was around, she would be able to control and restrain his aggression, as well as direct the dark force into a peaceful direction. However, Juven was a sweet and modest boy, only in appearance. There was another side of the teenager which was not available to everyone. It turns out that Schumann taught not only the Duke's heiress, but also taught the Marquis's son important life lessons, where he talked about when and how to show or hide strength. Bertrand taught that power should be hidden deep inside a man, and that something funny and harmless should be put on display, something that will cause a smile and affection. The young gentleman felt a little awkward, constantly wearing the mask of a weak and helpless boy who is fond of all sorts of children's games and animals. The mentor said that you need to pretend to be weak until Juven's height overtakes Aslania, and then you can reveal yourself in all your glory and demonstrate your strength. Such tactics looked very complicated, inconvenient, and time-consuming in the eyes of the teenager, but Bertrand insisted that this was the best way to win the heart of his beloved. One day, the Marquis's heir entered the room of a teenage girl while she was sitting at the table and asked her what she was doing, to which he replied, looking in the mirror. Juven laughed and suggested that Aslania did not need a mirror at all because she was so beautiful that she did not even need to check it. The Duke's heiress was very pleased to hear such words, and she was once again convinced that he really was a good guy. Joy overwhelmed the children. They came up to each other and began to laugh and hug each other cheerfully. Blushing Aslania asked if she was more sympathetic now that she had gotten rid of the extra pounds, and Juven replied that he enjoyed her company regardless of the number on the scale. The young sorceress asked him again if he really thought so, to which the young gentleman replied that she was always as beautiful as a fresh flower. Memories from the recent past surfaced in Nuna's mind when just a few months ago this probable messenger of darkness called her a fat pig and constantly ignored her. The sorceress was a little embarrassed that despite all the changes, her eyes remained the same, and she saw in them a villain who should turn into a negative boss in the late stages of the game. However, against the background of other changes and the restoration of health of the whole body, this detail seemed small and insignificant, especially when Juven was nearby. The sun blinded the room with bright rays, and the children decided to go for a walk on this clear, fine day. Suddenly, the girl picked up the guy in her arms like a feather and carried him to the exit of the room. The heir to the Marquis tried to stop her, but she did not listen to him. During another meal in the dining room, under a beautiful chandelier, the father told his daughter important news that they were invited to a reception in Huanson. The girl asked to tell her the details. It turns out that the crown prince will soon have a birthday, and the aristocratic families close to the court will be there as guests. Aslania remembered that according to the game plot, one of the final bosses was the first prince, Ruden von Heinberg, or simply Ruden. This tall and stately blonde man, with a constant sly smile on his face, was one of the three most difficult opponents in the fantastic attraction. In the final stages of the game, the heir to the imperial throne was distinguished by his striking appearance and serious influence, but now he was only 11 years old. Despite such a young age, the crown prince possessed several magical elements at once, but his leading and main one was always light in all its manifestations. Rudenvun could have become the greatest hero of all time, become famous for his good deeds, and do great things, but his bad character spoiled everything. Gobbling up aromatic muffins, Aslania remembered that his appearance was as beautiful as his content was terrible. To awaken this boss, it was necessary to fulfill only one condition: to eclipse his image with the glory of his own hero, since Heinberg could not tolerate anyone on the Olympus of popularity. The Duke's daughter really didn't want to run into this monster in a beautiful shell, but she understood that their meeting was inevitable. Well, the main thing is to look worse than him. The young sorceress was lying on the bed and thinking about how she should behave so as not to inadvertently attract unnecessary attention from others and not push away the prince's fame. Before the planned visit, the maids came to Aslania's chambers to help the Duke's heiress choose an outfit befitting her position. The girl really looked good. Her light clothes harmoniously matched the color of her hair and eyes. The young sorceress was embarrassed and thanked the girls, and thought to herself, why are beautiful outfits so uncomfortable and impractical? The young aristocrats were traveling in an elegant carriage to celebrate the birthday of the heir to the throne. Aslania asked if her friend had ever been to such events, to which the boy answered negatively, because he was too young. The Duke, sitting opposite, noted that for the children, this would be the first reception of this level in their lives. But they should not worry, they were so sweet that nothing would threaten them. And while the carriage, harnessed by a pair of horses, was traveling through the picturesque expanses, the father told his daughter that many of the guests already knew about her, so she would not be lonely. Catching his daughter's puzzled look, the head of the family smiled at his wife, who was sitting next to him, and took several photographs from the inside pocket of his jacket. Then the man handed over one of the cards and showed his daughter the photo, accompanying it with a comment from the series, "What a wonderful girl we have." When Aslania saw her image, she was shocked, because it was not just an old photo, but the one where she looked disgusting. Holding the card in her hands, the girl literally lost the power of speech, because there she was, the same. Fat, weak, and sick. The father handed over a few more photos and added that he tried to capture the most colorful moments in the life of his heiress when she was still 9 years old. The images were really different, and in each one, Aslania looked very happy and enthusiastic. However, the theme of the photos was united not only by the presence of a fat and happy girl, but also by the obligatory presence of destroyed dishes, meat sweets, and others. Putting the cards back, the father said that he really liked it when his little girl ate so well, and therefore he tried to warn the guests about the visit of such a gluttonous child to the party. The young lady was shocked that she had been disgraced, even before her physical arrival at the celebration, and asked how many people had seen the photo. To which the Duke replied that he had literally sent out a mailing to every single nobleman who had been invited to the emperor's court that day. The young sorceress looked at her father proudly, telling how many letters he had sent and how many photos had been distributed throughout the kingdom, and could not believe what was happening. Aslania sat in the carriage and did not understand why she was being punished like this, because that dark and thick page of her biography had been turned over, and she was going to live a completely different life. A dangerous thought arose in the little sorceress's head that her father would pay dearly for this terrible act, but it would not happen now, but over time. There were a lot of guests at the reception, but Prince Rutenvon thought that for the most part, they were all boring and secondary characters that he did not care about at all. The future emperor sat on the sofa and looked at the original and stylish outfits of those gathered and thought that they were all trying so hard only to please his eyes. The boy frankly declared that his radiance could not be eclipsed because it was impossible, because in this world there was only one main character. He and all the others were needed only for the background. An elderly tall man appeared next to Heinberg. He politely asked the crown prince if he had learned the names of all the guests, to which the boy replied that it was easy because he had a super memory. Then Rudenvon complained that the guests who had arrived were tiring him out with their long congratulatory speeches. He wanted to finish the formal part faster. And indeed, every nobleman invited to the palace considered it obligatory to express his wishes as pretentiously and beautifully as possible. So the process was delayed. When the arrival of Duke Levenshurt was announced, the crown prince no longer even looked ahead, but closed his eyes, dozing, leaning back on his sofa, mechanically answering those present. And only when the butler, following the names of his parents, Leon and Helen, called Aslania's name, the smug teenager perked up and sat up straight. Since such events are often boring, those gathered always find something to gossip about, and thanks to the Duke's mailing list, everyone was eagerly awaiting his daughter. As soon as the aristocrats crossed the threshold of the hall, all conversations died down, and their gazes turned to the young girl, whom everyone knew from photographs, and now those around her were delighted with her appearance. The young sorceress understood that her plan to remain as quiet as a mouse had failed miserably, and she was also ashamed in front of all these people for her gluttony. However, it was very pleasant to hear such a number of muffled, enthusiastic speeches, and after a few seconds, Aslania's mood went uphill. The heir even stood up from his seat in surprise, which had never happened before. He thought that all these photos of the fat sweet tooth were just her father's way of protecting his daughter from the evil eye. Heinberg decided that the photos could not belong to the Duke's daughter because it was impossible to undergo such a powerful transformation so quickly. Then Rudenvon caught himself thinking that he liked her very much, and therefore she could very well join him for some entertainment. In his childish imagination, the Crown Prince immediately began to draw pictures of their future together, and with each episode, Aslania began to take up more and more space in them. The guests froze and looked towards the heir to the empire, who not only stood up from his seat, but also headed straight for the Duke's daughter, which spoke of the highest favor of His Highness. Coming even closer, Heinberg stopped and looked closely at the young guest. She seemed even better to him, up close than from afar. He had seen many girls in his kingdom, but only Aslania had captivated his soul and charmed him at first sight. Rudenvon already believed that she was worthy of being his mate. For a few seconds, the Duke's heiress held out hope that this terrible man had come out to meet someone else, but the Crown Prince called her by name and everything collapsed. The heir to the empire smiled, raised his hand, and loudly said that this girl now belonged to him, while the guy looked as if he was buying a toy in an expensive store. Those present were amazed at the pressure of the future emperor, who made his choice so quickly. The Duke and Juven were also shocked by the event. They clearly did not expect that Aslania would make such a splash, and that it would have such consequences. The young sorceress did not know what to answer, and only made an inarticulate sound of surprise. The Crown Prince was clearly pleased with the effect his words had produced. He smiled, folded his arms across his chest, and repeated his question, adding that the girl should agree immediately. Aslania politely replied that she was still very young and had not thought about marriage, to which the heir to the empire closed his eyes and noted that he understood how shocked she was by his proposal, which meant that she agreed. Heinberg continued to smile and assumed that the Duke's daughter was simply embarrassed to be in his company. But inside, he was very surprised that she did not rush to thank him for such a gift. Meanwhile, Rudenvon continued to insist and expressed the idea that it would be an incredible mistake to refuse an engagement with the most successful guy in world history. However, Aslania closed her eyes and said that she would prefer to remain unmarried. Then the heir to the empire came closer, grabbed her hand, and pulled her along. But no matter how hard he tried to pull her, saying that he wanted to see the Duke's daughter off to a new worthy life, the boy did not succeed. His Highness was surprised and shocked. It seemed to him that he was trying to move, not a fragile girl, but a stone statue. To top it all off, the sorceress carefully took the prince's wrist with her other hand and lifted it up, thus freeing herself from the grip. Heinberg was shocked by the strength of the Duke's daughter and her incredible power, which struck him to the depths of his soul. Then the heiress of Livenshurt put her hand to her chest and said that she did not plan to get engaged, get married, or even go on dates. And when the prince asked the reason for her refusal, Aslania answered without hesitation that she did not like him, and these words sounded like a bolt from the blue. Everyone around was shocked by what happened, but the birthday boy himself was the most shocked of all, because in his entire life, no one dared to contradict him so brazenly. Rudenvon screamed in rage, "How dare she refuse the most important character in this universe?" To which the girl replied, with a smile, that His Highness was mistaken. The young sorceress made a serious face and added that the Crown Prince was certainly a noticeable figure, but he could not be called the main character because the surrounding world was not a theater stage at all. The boy felt the ground slipping away from under his feet and asked more quietly how it could be that he was not the center of everything that was happening around him. Looking around the surrounding hall, decorated with all sorts of elegant decorations, Aslania answered that Heinberg could be considered the main one, only in his own life, until someone fell in love with him. The Crown Prince began to gradually fill with rage and asked how she dared to teach him, to which he received the answer that someday Rudenvan would occupy the emperor's seat, and therefore he deserved only the truth. But anger and resentment had already begun to spill over, and the heir yelled, ordering the girl to shut up immediately. The boy added that he was mistaken about the duke's daughter. In fact, she is an empty shell and must answer for her rudeness towards a member of the royal family. Then Heinberg extended his hand towards the sorceress and began to cast a spell, saying that he was the greatest and most important of all existing characters. Finally, the prince's hand finished preparing, and a magical blow of the element of light flew toward the frozen sorceress. The blow was supposed to hit the brave girl right in the chest, as indicated by the cloudy mark covering her clothes. A chain of pure light tightly entangled Aslania's body, and she had to strain all available forces just to cope with this pressure. Rudenvan used one of the most powerful and terrible spells in this world on the Duke's daughter, Captivity of Light. In a past life, while playing Fantastic Attraction, Aslania's soul had already seen this ending. It could only be avoided by using special attributes that she did not have. And while the heiress of Live Insert was thinking with annoyance about her hasty words and unenviable situation, someone's shadow stood between them, and a hand covered the shackled sorceress. It was Yuvin. He stepped forward and politely but firmly asked the heir to the throne to stop the attack, and behind his back, dark energy began to accumulate. The crown prince looked at the small dark-haired boy in surprise and asked who he was and why he decided to lecture the most important person in this world. The heir to the Appleton family replied that he would not allow his sister to be bullied and asked His Highness to immediately leave the person close to him alone. However, Rudenvan only laughed and said that there were two bad heroes in front of him at once. In response, Yuvin tensed up and began to cast a spell. Then Heinberg smiled and added that it was very good now he could show everyone his true strength and abilities as the main character. The very first blow knocked Aslania's defender off his feet and threw him aside because he had only been practicing magic for a short time, and his abilities had only appeared a few months ago. It was painful for the Duke's daughter to watch her friend's failure because she understood their levels and knew that the odds were clearly on Ruden's side. The young sorceress thought that her opponent was a whole year older than her, which meant he had more experience, and he had clearly trained with the best. Turning his back on Juvin, who was lying by the column, the birthday boy happily addressed those around him and said that he had proven his strength as a warrior of light, which meant he was the true main character in this world. Aslania felt not only the pain of the chain that bound her, but also a rage rising deep within her for the harm done to her adopted brother. The sorceress attracted Heinberg's attention and said that His Highness had deigned to rejoice earlier than he should have. The crown prince noted that this was his first public reception, and he would be a little sorry to so roughly chain such a sweet but rebellious lady. However, she deserved it. The next moment, anger overwhelmed the sorceress, and she put all her emotions into a powerful jerk that tore the chain of light into bright fragments. Rudenvan was dumbfounded, seeing how his best practically unbreakable spell flew into pieces. The Duke's heiress frowned gravely and quickly moved towards the enemy, her eyes sparkling with a cold thirst for revenge, which she was about to realize. The future emperor was so confused that instead of taking any defensive measures, he simply stood and watched Aslania approach. The young sorceress raised her thin arm, which now probably weighed a couple of 100 kilograms, and swung it hard. The slap was incredibly strong and powerful. The sorceress accompanied it with the words that Ruden should no longer interfere in her life. Having received a weighty slap, the warrior of light and the main hero of this world instantly lost consciousness and passed out. However, the force put into the blow did not stop there. The birthday boy's body lifted off the ground and rushed at high speed into the nearest column, where it remained sticking out to the amazement of those around. The sorceress raised her fist up and thought that never in her life had she felt such power inside her. The next moment, the heiress of the Duke realized what she had done because it was possible to restrain her rage and only break the chain and not harm Heinberg in front of all the royal nobility. The deathly silence that reigned in the guest hall was broken by the quick rustle of the royal mantle, and everyone present, as if on command, turned towards the monarch. He walked to the throne, the emperor and ruler of all that exists in this world, leading a little boy by the hand. Aslania looked down and began to quickly figure out what awaited her now, because causing physical harm to the heir was a grave crime. On the king's mantle was depicted a red sun, diverging in rays to the sides, and a goat's head with 2 long horns. The emperor glanced at those present and asked why they disturbed him with their noise and what was going on here. The ruler of the city and the whole country was called Renard von Heinberg, and his appearance alone was enough for his subjects to fall to their knees and await their fate with horror. The king stopped his gaze on Aslania, paused a little, and asked why such chaos was happening on this bright holiday. The young sorceress turned pale and remembered one of the endings of the game, where the guilty subjects were sent to eternal exile or hard labor, because what she did was quite close to treason. And this is in the best case, because the Duke's heiress knew that there was also a punishment in the form of death, which her parents definitely did not deserve. Suddenly, the young lady felt that she was losing control of her own body. Someone else was now controlling it. A strange voice sounded in Aslania's head, which said that she should calm down and trust him because he wanted to help her. The first suspicion fell immediately on the emperor, because he was standing right in front of her and looking at the girl intently without taking his eyes off. The king also possessed magic. His element belonged to the air, but no one knew what kind of arsenal was available to the owner of this country. A small boy stood next to the ruler and held the elder one by the hand and pressed the other to his chest. This was Shaden von Heinberg Ruden's younger brother. According to the game plot, he was supposed to be a character aimed at attacking, but now he was clearly small and inexperienced. Aslania remembered the plot well, and therefore knew that there was an eternal struggle and hostility between the brothers, and even the positive ending was closely connected with their behavior. According to the legend already in adulthood, the brothers were supposed to enter into a fight since they hated each other and wanted completely different futures for their country. The emperor once again cast an imperious glance at the nobles present and said that he apologized for this incident and that today's reception was over and everyone could go home. Left alone, the king laid out several scrolls in front of him and activated a magic ball lying on a red pillow. Renard contacted someone through magic and then began to briefly describe the events that had occurred, trying to present everything in the most harmless light possible, like the children were fighting. It was normal, it happens. Just recently before this conversation, the king scolded his son for his inappropriate behavior at the holiday. The emperor thought that his eldest son was a real punishment power, was turning his head, and the scoundrel was ruining the reputation of their influential family. But the ruler did not know how to bring him to his senses. After a polite knock on the door, a butler named Alfred appeared on the threshold. He said that an event had occurred that Ruden's father absolutely must know about. A respectful man with small glasses on his nose lowered his voice and added that, in his opinion, the young master had fallen in love. The emperor expected anything from his disobedient son: another fight, unprecedented stupidity, or even intrigues against his own father. But this news shocked Renard. For several hours now, the boy had been lying in his bed, tormented by terrible internal experiences. With one hand, he held his cheek on which he had received a hefty blow from Aslania's pood-sized palm, and recalled the events of the previous day. In his entire life, Ruden had never met girls like his new acquaintance. There were cowardly, flattering, or empty, but not a single one like the young sorceress. And the teenager also thought that only the main heroine could challenge the main character and even destroy his most powerful and effective spell. Several years ago, When the crown prince was still a very small boy of 4 years old, his father began to prepare and train the heir to the throne. According to established tradition, children of the upper class could remain carefree babies only for the first 4 years of their lives. Then their preparation for adulthood began. The teachers were sincerely happy with how quickly the child mastered complex sciences and called him a real genius, a unique creation, and predicted an incredible future. At first, Rudin thought that the teachers were flattering him because of his high status. But one day he realized that this was not so, because his brother Shaden could not boast of the same speed of learning. With each passing year, the boy saw how he was overtaking his peers, faster and faster, and surpassing them in development in all disciplines and areas. And then comparing himself with those around him, a dangerous thought appeared in the head of the heir to the empire, that he was the chosen one. His own uniqueness overwhelmed the young nobleman so much that he could not think of anything else. The emperor's son slammed the book shut and came to the conclusion that the chosen person must have a special path, unlike the lives of other ordinary people. Shaden tried for some time to distract his brother from his obsessive ideas and switch him to something simpler and more entertaining. However, Rudin plunged too deeply into the abyss of his uniqueness, which began to negatively affect his communication with ordinary children, and moving away from them, he became more and more lonely. The heir to the throne felt as if a heavy burden had fallen on his fragile shoulders, pressing him to the ground and not allowing him to raise his head high. The young prince walked along the corridors of the palace and could not find a place for himself anywhere. So strongly was he fettered by an unknown force. And one day, the boy felt incredible weakness and heat. It was a magical fever that visited him. It turned out that Rudin had become the owner of a rather rare light magic, which is found only in 3% of people who have mastered at least some element. The magic teacher told the crown prince's parents that they had not just a unique child in their family, but a real hero, the likes of which had never been seen before. It was on that day that the aspiring wizard tried on his new status as a hero and believed in it sincerely and unwaveringly, like people believe in the sunrise or sunset. And in his young head, full of fairy tales, the image of a brilliant warrior immediately arose, fighting countless hordes of monsters and nightmarish creatures. From ancient legends, the boy knew about Yongun, a mighty knight endowed with light magic who defeated hordes of bloodthirsty enemies and drove out demons from the entire continent. This feeling of himself as a radiant hero became a guiding star for Rudin, which illuminated the path and showed the direction. But this bright light, which illuminated everything around for a moment, also had negative consequences for the growing heir. Star fever turned the wizard's head and forced him to exalt himself above others, finally closing his eyes to the real world. The emperor's son looked at the abilities that had opened up and was convinced of his own uniqueness, while the world around him became something like a legend for him, where there was only one main character. But having felt himself on top of the world, Rudin allowed himself to lower all other people a step lower and began to perceive others as a background and secondary images. Moreover, his attitude extended not only to the children with whom the crown prince studied, but also to teachers and mentors. Moreover, even family members, his own mother and brother, ceased to be close to the crown prince and became insignificant. And even his own father, who was the emperor and ruler of the entire country, became for Rudin nothing more than a backdrop on his path as a chosen hero. The boy clearly suffered from a mental disorder because he perceived the world around him as a fairy tale, where only he matters and everyone else is just fleeting shadows. His narcissism, endless bookish fantasies, contempt for others, as well as a sharp mind and powerful magic, created his reputation as a nasty and very dangerous person. And so, when the boy was at the peak of vanity and was firmly convinced that he was the center of the universe, the Duke's daughter appeared on his path who behaved like a real main character. The crown prince thought that in his entire life, no one had ever dared to hit him. Even his strong and powerful father avoided assault, which meant that Aslanaya was special and also chosen. Rudin saw her menacing appearance and clenched fist in front of him. Although she hit him with her palm, the boy thought that in front of him was a real unique angel in the flesh. Lost in the clouds of his illusions, the heir to the throne recalled her words, gestures, movements, clothes, and everything else that created this unique image so unlike other people. The young prince was increasingly inclined to think that he really wanted to talk to her again, to see the girl at least for a moment and look into her immense eyes. Rudin thought that his behavior was truly unworthy of this incredible main character, so he at all costs must show himself from the best side. Meanwhile, the emperor quietly opened the door and looked at his son tossing and turning in delirium on the bed. The boy looked clearly unhealthy. Alfred also joined the owner and added that in all the years of caring for the young master, he had never seen him in such a state. The child only spoke about meeting Aslania. Suddenly, the calm king threw himself on his servant's neck and began to shake him and ask if his heir had really fallen in love with a representative of the Livenshirt family. The thing was that for many years, having climbed all the accessible peaks, Rudin had practically not experienced any other emotions except boredom, and then suddenly a real squall of pain, rage, and everything else. Alfred calmly endured the shaking from his master and continued to talk about how love is a complex thing, and it can very well arise after emotional contact. But the king still found it difficult to believe in the reality of what was happening, so he himself could not stop but ask the same question in different words, not believing his ears. The court servant patiently and steadfastly endured the manifestations of his master's character, until suddenly a muffled groan was heard from the boy's bed, and Renard froze, stopping shaking. The king and the butler looked at Rudin. He was lying sprawled on the blanket and dreamily pronouncing Aslania's name, and also adding various words to it, such as beloved me, darling, and others. The emperor assumed that his son had hit his head too hard during the recent magical brawl. However, Alfred insisted that this was how deep feelings were manifested in the heir to the throne, and that in each person they were born from different reasons. In response, Renard recalled this story in detail and complained that how could a man like a woman who punishes him so cruelly? The servant listened patiently to his master and replied that such constructions were of course rare, but Rudin himself was a very unusual boy, which meant that it was quite possible. A noise was heard from the boy's bed, and the father turned around abruptly. It turned out that his son had been listening attentively and was ready to answer the emperor himself. The crown prince said that he certainly did not like to receive blows, especially from a female representative, but he had never in his life felt such a strong attraction to a girl. The king silently left the boy's chambers. Alfred followed him and asked what was on his master's mind. Then the worried father stopped under a large chandelier and replied that from the next day, his son's lessons should be held in an intensive mode, practically without breaks. Winter came, and when January 5th came to the Duke of Livensert's estate, everyone was getting ready to celebrate Aslania's birthday. Duke Leon and Duchess Helene, dressed in formal attire, applauded their daughter and said various pleasant congratulations on this bright day. The girl was very happy and gladly accepted the forest speeches addressed to her, and also thanked her father and mother for everything they had done for her. The reincarnated soul was truly happy, because after she had moved into this body, she had never celebrated her name day with her loving family. Soon, Juven arrived. He also congratulated his beloved Nunu on her birthday and wished that all her dreams would come true on this day, to which the girl thanked her adopted brother. Aslania turned 10 this year, which meant that she could enter the elite private school Yggdrasil the following year. The young lady was also glad to hear that despite his young age, the heir of Appleton would enter the school in the same year as her because he had rare dark magic. When the immortal soul was still in the hospital, it memorized all the heroes' profiles, so it knew the biography of each one and could use this knowledge for its life. Duchess Helen smiled slyly and said that it was time to open presents. Juven asked Nuna to open his present first, which turned out to be an exquisite obsidian ring that the boy had created himself. Aslania was amazed at the quality of the work and learned that the stone contained magical power that would let its creator know if any trouble happened to the girl. The young sorcerer created this artifact in order to rush to the aid of his beloved friend in case of danger. The next moment the door opened, and the butler informed the Duke that a guest had arrived, to which the owner of the mansion was surprised because they did not expect anyone without an invitation. The servant announced the arrival of His Serene Highness the Crown Prince, Ruden von Heinberg, who was waiting for the head of the Livenshirt family in his office, where they met a few minutes later. The heir to the empire greeted the Duke, avoiding all possible formalities, and simply called him father, which greatly angered the man. For such unheard-of insolence, Aslania's father could easily punish the impudent boy, but he was the son of a king, which meant that a wise man had to tolerate familiarity. The vassal smiled amiably and asked to be called Duke Leon. However, Ruden did not think of giving in. He asked his interlocutor, again insisting on using the word father in their subsequent dialogue, after which the smile slid from Leon's face, and he repeated his refusal. The boy frowned and took a letter out of his inside pocket, saying that he had come here to deliver this message. But when the Duke reached for the envelope, the Emperor's son suddenly raised his hand and prevented Aslania's father from taking possession of the correspondence, saying that it was personally for his daughter. Leon even tried to use magical acceleration to get this envelope, but Ruden seemed to be prepared for such a scenario and reacted faster. Dodging the aristocrat's hand, the boy insisted that he wanted to give the letter to her personally, and for this, he needed to see her. After a few minutes of such games, the Duke was completely exhausted, and the little prankster only chuckled and stood his ground. Finally, Leon gave in and replied that he would bring his daughter to the office for an audience with the king's son. Ruden was very happy when he heard that he had been recognized as the winner of this small duel. The boy was simply happy. After so many weeks of painful waiting, he was finally closer to his cherished goal, to his beloved. About a week ago, when the boy was lying on a book and trying to catch his breath because the number of classes had increased many times over, his father came up to him and wanted to say something. The Emperor put a small envelope on the table next to Ruden's face and said that he should give this letter to Aslania Livenshirt personally, and at the same time the children would be able to see each other. The teenager was simply in seventh heaven, because this idea of the king was a wonderful reason to see the object of his dreams and longings. Looking at the beautiful porcelain teapot, the young man asked his parent what he should say to the girl, to which Renard replied that firstly he should ask forgiveness for his actions. A few minutes later, the Duke's daughter entered the office and asked why she was called. The Emperor's heir immediately perked up as soon as he saw Aslania. He wanted to correct his mistake and make amends as quickly as possible. But when their eyes met, Ruden immediately forgot everything and simply stood silently and smiled, continuing to admire this beautiful and gentle lady who was in no way inferior to him. However, the young lady did not share his feelings. She asked, with a serious expression on her face, for what reason did His Highness visit her modest estate. The Duke's daughter thought that since the boy brought an envelope from the Emperor himself, this meeting had the status of a formality. But the behavior of the heir to the empire turned everything into a joke. Ruden watched with horror as a lump rose in his throat and prevented him from making even a sound. This had never happened to him before, because the boy became timid and embarrassed, which was unthinkable. For a long time, the king's son considered other people to be empty shells, unworthy of words and emotions. Sometimes, the crown prince even refused to talk to anyone but himself, because he was the only one who was worthy of it. But now reality showed his weakness, which meant that he had fallen one step lower. The boy was brought out of his stupor by the stern voice of Aslania, who asked why he had come here, because with each passing minute, his visit was becoming more and more like a stupid joke. The emperor's heir suddenly felt very small, literally insignificant, incredibly weak and defenseless. This feeling overwhelmed him, and he began to sob. At some point, the crown prince could no longer withstand this pressure and turned into a brown seal who could not speak but could pass the envelope, which he did. Aslania thanked the messenger, opened the envelope, and began to read the letter, written by the hand of the emperor of the kingdom of Isaac himself. The ruler had beautiful and clear handwriting. In the letter, he shared his personal thoughts about the current situation and the condition of his son. It was noticeable how difficult it was for the king to write these lines, in which he described the boy's difficult character and said that he needed an experienced mentor who could keep Rudin under control. It turned out that the man had watched their duel with interest on the day of the reception and was surprised and pleased that there was at least one person ready to knock the heir to the empire down a peg or two. The ruler said that the fate of the entire kingdom was in Aslania's hands, and then came permission to use physical force against Rudin and the need to inform the emperor. Instead of answering, the girl squeezed and crumpled the letter in her hand, causing shock and awe in the embarrassed boy. The duke's daughter looked at the future final boss of the game and began to think over her further plan of action because she had a chance to fix him. Aslania thought that judging by his reaction, he could be manipulated and directed in the right direction, as was the case with Yu Ven. Besides, refusing the emperor meant bringing troubles to the family. But the sorceress was not afraid of the wrath of the ruler of the country, but the fact that having risen above everyone, she risks calling the final boss, which is completely unnecessary for her, which means she should take up the re-education of Rudin. According to the game plot, the heir to the empire, before turning into a ruthless boss, first had to approach the character 5 times and try to infringe on him with his insults. And if the player ignored the impudent blonde, then this only made the enemy stronger and eventually led to negative outcome. BV7, called indifference. Aslania thought that it would be easier to deal with him if he got closer. Besides, she should not raise her popularity level above 80. Otherwise, this could also summon the boss. But the problems did not end there, because if Rudin does not become a boss, he will take the throne of the emperor, and getting such a leader for your country is a bad continuation of the plot. The girl finally made a decision and looked at the boy, who was still smiling stupidly, and shifting from foot to foot, she said that in the letter, the king had informed her of his son's desire to settle the conflict. The duke's daughter announced that she was no longer angry with the crown prince and considered the incident closed, and also offered to shake hands. Rudin extended his hand to her, but it was clear that the teenager was afraid and terrified that their fingers and palms would touch. The heiress of Livenshire began to actively shake the boy's hand and think that she would try to make a normal person out of him. Suddenly, the crown prince finally found the strength to say something and immediately proposed to her, offering to marry him immediately. As a response, the heir to the empire immediately received a hefty slap on the back of the head, to which Aslania now had the official right granted by the king. After some time, the boy left their possession, and the sorceress was finally able to relax. She hoped that the request of the ruler of the country concerned only school and did not extend to her personal life. Before falling asleep, the girl thought that she would finally go to school, where there would be many new interesting meetings, acquaintances, and adventures. The main events of the storyline should unfold in the last grades of the Yggdrasil school, where the culmination of this whole story will take place. But first, it is necessary to go through the lower grades recruitment, to which, as a rule, is carried out from the age of 11, and in exceptional cases, from the age of 10. Like in Yuvan, primary school only lasted for 3 years, but it was a mandatory stage of development. Aslania suddenly discovered that she was starting her studies not from middle school, but from a level below, and this was unusual because she had never encountered primary education in the game. Of course, the immortal soul had gone through the fantastic attraction, up and down, but she had only heard that the toddler building was. The middle school was located in the western part of the city and was the largest division of Yggdrasil. Finally, the senior final stage of education occupied several buildings in the east of the settlement. There were rumors that such a location of parts of the school along the perimeter of the city walls was caused by the need to quickly respond to monsters entering the outskirts of the city. The reason why monsters penetrated our world was simple: opening gates to another dimension. No one knew exactly the cause of this anomaly, but they assumed that magical distortions were to blame. Also, somewhere nearby there was an eerie place that had several names, but most often it was used to increase the number of points. It was possible to raise your level well there, although you had to work hard. Aslania planned to get there someday. However, it was still a long way off, and now the young sorceress wanted to immerse herself in the fun and exciting school life. Now, her main task was to make herself a reputation as an exemplary student, delve into knowledge, and behave like a good girl without mistakes and hasty decisions. The second point is to keep an eye on Yuvan and Ruden, so that these little boys grow up into adequate and decent men, and not into dangerous and bloodthirsty monsters. And the last goal is to get what the rebellious soul was deprived of in her previous life: a large number of diverse friends and acquaintances. Aslania knelt down without even getting off the bed and spread her arms out to the sides as if she was getting ready to hug all of her future friends at once. After some time, the Duke's daughter was already in her school uniform and in class, and everything seemed fine with her, but something was bothering her. For some unknown reason, the other students did everything they could to stay as far away from the young lady Levenshurt as possible, and that was strange. When Aslania first entered the first grade, everything seemed clear and simple to her. However, the atmosphere in the school itself was completely different than when she played Fantastic Attraction. The students looked askance at the girl whispered and were simply afraid to approach her. It was noticeable how they tried to stay away. The young schoolgirl did not understand what was going on, but she felt as if she was being enveloped by some kind of dark magic that did not let anyone get close. Aslania had counted on having fun at school with new friends, but instead she spent her time in some kind of incomprehensible loneliness and alienation. Trying to calm herself down and explain what was happening, the Duke's heiress assumed that her high social status was to blame because in the class there were only 2 at her level, the rest were lower. In addition, most of her peers were a whole year older than the girl, so the combination of these factors could well have created some tension, depriving her of close contacts. But even with those who were equal to her in status and age, she could not establish any kind of relationship, which alarmed Aslania and prevented her from concentrating on her studies. However, the Duke's daughter hoped that these were temporary and solvable things. The main thing was that gossip about her past adventures did not reach the walls of the educational institution. But one day, the young sorceress accidentally overheard a conversation between a boy and a girl from school. They were talking about how striking the emperor's son was treason to the country, and it was unclear why she managed to avoid punishment. Now the situation seemed quite understandable. The children avoided Aslania because they considered her dangerous and unpredictable. However, she did not blame them for this, but was glad that she so easily avoided the consequences. But what to do with such a reputation the Duke's daughter did not know, because how to establish relations with a person you are afraid of. However, the sorceress hoped that children are first of all curious and inexperienced creatures, who sooner or later will begin to communicate with her, and then she will not miss her chance. And then, one day a group of 2 boys and a girl approached Aslania. They politely greeted her and asked if they could sit next to her. Their faces seemed familiar to the sorceress, and she made some effort to remember where and when she could have seen these guys. Of course, the Duke's heiress recognized them, because they were the Steel Empress's confidants, cruel and cold-blooded accomplices of the evil boss who loved to bask in the rays of someone else's glory. The young lady thought that she would rewrite this part of the story as well, and politely declined the introduction, saying that she wanted to sit alone. The pink-haired girl was surprised and asked again if she really liked sitting alone because it must be terrible. Then the green-haired boy smiled affably and introduced himself. It was Harmon, the son of Count Ist. He added that nobles from the upper classes should stick together. Aslania remembered that in this world, there was a division not only between commoners and aristocrats, but also between the levels of noble families, where birth largely determined your life. Suddenly, a group of boys approached from the doorway, all of them vying with each other to say that they wanted to sit next to Lady Leavenshurt, to which Harmon replied that they were late and the seat was taken. Then literally all the children in the class went crazy and rushed to the Duke's daughter to take the desk next to her. They just climbed and climbed, shouting over each other and trying to get to know each other. Girls and boys vied with each other to offer friendship, invite her to visit, give their names and statuses, so that Aslania instantly found herself in the center of everyone's attention. The first couple of minutes, the sorceress tried to remember who was who, so as not to make a mistake with the choice, but the flow of information overwhelmed her, blocked her thoughts, and paralyzed her memory. Suddenly, the Duke's heiress heard a familiar voice. She will always remember it because so many unpleasant memories are associated with it. It was the same pink-haired girl who was now trying to be her friend. And according to the game plot, she immediately betrayed the Steel Empress as soon as she departed from the path of evil. Meanwhile, the argument in the class was getting serious. Everyone wanted to sit next to, or as close as possible to the star that had appeared, and the sorceress tried to calm them down. However, her voice was instantly drowned out by this noisy hubbub of various shouts and screams. Unable to bear it, Aslania added a little magic to her hand, and then hit the table and told the children to stop arguing immediately because she wanted to sit alone. The result was simply stunning. Everyone present froze in horror. They looked at the fragile first grader and what was left of the strong oak tabletop on the desk. And while the smoke from the broken tree was still hanging in the air, the Duke's daughter added that if she said something, then you need to listen to it the first time and not wait for the use of force. The school children began to timidly ask for forgiveness, but at that moment their teacher entered the classroom from the threshold. The woman was surprised at how quiet it had become here before her arrival. And while the teacher was telling how she hoped that the students would behave decently and with dignity, Aslania began to cry bitter tears because she had lost her temper and used magic. As for Rudin, his affairs were as follows. During the break, he raised his hand to the sky and began to communicate with God. The Crown Prince placed his left hand on his chest and extended his right hand to the Almighty, asking why he was so cruel and did not help the main character unite with the love of his life. But this was not enough for the boy, and he climbed onto the desk so that everyone could see how he was suffering. Although his classmates perceived this eccentricity as unworthy behavior for the son of a king. Meanwhile, Yuvin was also emotionally unstable and was in an extremely depressed state, with tears even running down his face. His sadness was also connected with Nuna because he hoped to get into the same class with his friend. But in the end, they were separated, and now the boy felt lonely and abandoned. At the same time, the children in the class of the heir to Appleton were very scared because the boy literally exuded dark tentacles of arcane magic, since he did not yet know how to keep his power under control. The son of the Marquise thought that his beloved was now in another class, surrounded by unfamiliar peers with whom she had probably already met, and all these thoughts instantly lowered his mood. The emotional background of the teenager automatically created a negative aura, which had a very bad effect on those around him. And those who were sitting very close fainted. As a result, the first day at school became a difficult test for all three heroes. For Aslania, it ended with a broken desk and a reputation as an unsociable and dangerous girl. For Rudin, a loss of respect because he behaved like a crazy lover who does not care about others. Juven distinguished himself by his ability to fall into a prolonged depression out of the blue and a complete lack of control over his abilities. A couple of days later, the situation did not improve at all. as Aslania saw other children making acquaintances, starting friendships and communication. And only to the young lady Livenshirt, during this time, no one else approached, even for small things, like asking for an eraser or a spare pen. The torture of loneliness turned out to be unbearable, and the sorceress decided to act because it was necessary to get out of this viscous swamp of alienation. Aslania quietly called out to two girls who were just talking about office supplies and asked them to lend her an eraser to erase her pencil. In response, both schoolgirls immediately fell to their knees and, respectfully lowering their heads, held out the requested item. The sorceress was shocked by such a reaction. Then the young sorceress realized that she had terribly frightened the children with her actions. However, she was still the center of attention, and this flattered her. However, very soon, an area a couple of meters wide formed around the girl, which was even called Aslania's alienation zone, where everyone was afraid to enter. For a while, the young sorceress could stand being alone, but she went to school to find friends, not just to sit at a desk. At the same time, every time the teenage girl tried to establish contact with her peers, she did it very poorly. The children were only once again frightened by these manifestations of character from an incredibly strong and not always adequate classmate. At some point, the patience of the young lady came to an end, and she simply ran away from her own classroom into the street to clear her head and think about the situation. Walking around the schoolyard, Aslania suddenly saw a small kitten sitting alone behind a low green flower bed. The Duke's heiress squatted down and extended her hand to the fluffy animal, offering him friendship. The junior schoolgirl kept calling the cat and hoped that it would respond and come closer to her. But the ball of fur continued to watch the stranger from its hiding place and did not move. Aslania came closer and suddenly saw that it was not an animal at all, but only a strangely crumpled paper bag. And then she felt uneasy, because if someone saw, they would think that she was crazy. But the next moment the student heard a stifled laugh behind her, which meant that someone was watching her latest failure and saw everything. The unknown schoolgirl turned out to be a girl with pink hair who politely called the Duke's heiress by name. This silent scene lasted for some time, during which Aslania was ready to sink into the ground from shame. For some reason, all her attempts to make friends ended in epic failure. Meanwhile, the unfamiliar schoolgirl continued to giggle. Subduedly in her hands was exactly the same paper bag that was now lying behind the flower bed. The Duke's daughter had a flash of hope that the girl with pink hair had come recently and had not seen anything, so she asked her how long she had been standing there. However, the stranger continued to remain silent and smile mysteriously, clutching a similar bundle in front of her. Being in obvious confusion, Aslania thought that school life in this world was not at all like the episodes from the game Fantastic Attraction. Many things were different. Suddenly, the schoolgirl with the bag asked if Lady Levenshurt had any friends, and the sorceress thought that the girl had probably seen everything from beginning to end, and so she began to cry. But then the stranger admitted that she had come here because the garbage really did look like a kitten from afar, and she also wanted to feed it, but now she saw that it was impossible. Thus, the girl diffused the situation and allowed Aslania to exhale and begin to smile. The owner of the pink hair herself continued to squint cheerfully and look at the Duke's daughter with a friendly look. And after a short pause, the girls laughed cheerfully and began to rejoice at such an unusual episode in the schoolyard. Finally, the sorceress calmed down and, wiping tears from her eyes, asked what her new acquaintance's name was. The student with the bag, still smiling, answered that her name was Riley Hemington. The sorceress complimented her on her beautiful name, and then, looking at the lamppost against the sky, said that she probably wouldn't introduce herself since everyone probably already knew her. Riley answered that it was true. There were few duchesses in Yggdrasil, especially those who destroyed school furniture with a blow of their hand on the very first day of school, and the girls laughed again. Aslania still felt a little awkward about the situation, but she realized that now she finally had a real chance to make a friend. The younger girls sat down on the nearest bench and began to discuss animals, starting with cats, and it turned out that they both treated them with warmth. And then Hamilton invited her new friend to come visit her and introduce her to her pets. It turns out that she has 3 cats at home. The young sorceress was a little surprised by such a quick invitation to visit from a stranger and thought for a moment. However, she immediately came to the conclusion that if fate gives you a chance, you should use it immediately. When Aslania returned to class, she already had a new friend named Riley. The other children were very surprised by this circumstance because they thought that the Duke's heiress was too dangerous for any contact. However, Hamilton looked not only unharmed, but even happy when talking to the Duke's heiress. The girls discussed various pets, animals, and were sincerely happy about this chance acquaintance. Aslania did not even imagine how much she missed a friend. Therefore, despite the restrictions in status and position, she even climbed to hug Riley in front of everyone. The classmates who watched this scene were shocked, and even at first assumed that the Duke's daughter forced Riley to be friends by force. But soon they were convinced of the sincerity of these impulses. The young sorceress was truly happier than ever in her past life. She could only dream of friendship, but now she had every chance to enjoy it. Since then, the attitude towards Aslania began to change. It all started with rumors between the children that she was a normal girl, and what happened on the first day was a misunderstanding. And the closer the friends communicated, the better people spoke of the young Livenshirt. Having consolidated the success she had received, the young sorceress began to think about increasing the number of her friends, because 1 friend is certainly good, but 2 are better. Aslania put her hand over her eyes and began to look around in search of suitable candidates. At one of the desks sat Scheiden von Heinberg-Ruden's brother, whom the Duke's daughter had already seen at that ill-fated birthday party. He was a smart child who read mountains of all kinds of literature from an early age and studied with the best martial artists, and his name meant cold beauty. Lady Livenshirt thought that making friends with Scheiden was right and useful in every sense. Because of all the high-level game characters, he was the most adequate. Suddenly, Aslania's train of thought was interrupted by Ruden, who burst into the classroom and ran up to the girl. He took a theatrical pose and prepared to pour out his experiences on the schoolgirl. The 2 brothers had a strong confrontation from a very young age, because they were very different and perceived the world in their own way. The cheerful one was an egoist, and the calm one was a patriot. The heiress of the Duke recalled that with each year their feud would only become stronger, and eventually only one would be able to remain on the territory of the country. A plan arose in the young schoolgirl's head, according to which she would try to make friends with Scheiden and bring Ruden to his senses, so that in the end their kingdom would not suffer from the disputes of the elites. Meanwhile, Aslania looked out the window and saw that the school day was drawing to an end, and Yuven still had not visited her, which was unlike him. Just recently, the boy asked Nuna if she had managed to make friends in the new place. Then the sorceress answered that someone like her would always find friends wherever she was. And now Aslania thought that it was a mistake to say such a thing to a shy teenager. The Marquise's son, of course, congratulated his friend on such news, but it was noticeable that he did not feel much joy about it. Yuven turned around and left. Since that day he never came to visit her, as he did before. The schoolgirl sat at her desk and thought hard, because she had to manage to control many processes that without due attention could become a source of big problems. After some time, they still managed to meet in the class of the heir of Appleton, and the boy looked cheerful and said that each of them should have friends. As she left the door, Aslania caught herself thinking that she was very surprised by such a change in her adopted brother's behavior. Then the Duke's daughter decided to secretly follow Yuven and did not go to her room, but went to the window in the classroom and began to watch. With horror, the young sorceress saw that around the Marquise's son there was the same exclusion zone as there was around her, only much wider. The sorceress covered her mouth with her fingers and decided that she absolutely had to have a heart-to-heart talk with Yuvin so that he could speak out and she could share her recipe for friendship. But the problem turned out to be much more serious than Aslania could have imagined. Dark changes had already begun to occur in her adopted brother's class. The teacher tried to influence the children and shake them up so that they would stop being so serious and cold, asking the students to at least smile. However, the aura that Juven emitted was stronger than any words and persuasion. It literally subjugated the entire class. The Marquise's son was extremely painfully worried about the fact that his girlfriend had made numerous friends, acquaintances. He understood that this was normal, but he felt worse and worse. The heir of Appleton completely stopped thinking about his studies. In his head, there was only one painful thought, that Nuna's new friends would push him out of her life. And these childhood fears very quickly developed into real paranoia, which was becoming more and more difficult to get rid of with each passing day. At some point, the little wizard suddenly came to the conclusion that each new friend of Aslania is his personal enemy who wants to take his love away from him. Yuven thought that an increase in the number of friends would lead to Nuna giving herself to them all the time, and he would have nothing left and would simply disappear from her life. This thought was unbearable. But the worst thing, thought the Marquise's son, was that one of the friends could become something more and turn into her boyfriend with whom his beloved would walk holding hands. And at some point, they would start hugging, and sincere feelings would flare up between them. Then everything would be lost. After all, they would definitely kiss and become close like real lovers. Suddenly, Yuven's fist clenched from the surging emotions, and the beautiful feather broke into two parts. The heir of Appleton was completely immersed in darkness and concluded that if he could not know in advance who would take Nunu away from him tomorrow, then any student was a potential enemy. In the school office, under a beautiful chandelier, an unpleasant but extremely important conversation took place. Aslania was shocked by the news that Yuven had suddenly disappeared, and no one could find him. When the Yggdrasil staff searched all possible places where he could have disappeared, they sent one of the teachers to the Duke's daughter, since she was his only friend. Realizing the problem, the girl rushed to search on her own, starting from the dark places of the school itself, where older students sometimes offended younger students. However, instead of Yuven, there was some other boy whom Aslania quickly helped and continued the search. Running around the school grounds, Nuna thought not only about where her adopted brother had disappeared, too, but also what had caused his disappearance. And suddenly, the sorceress remembered the ring that the boy had given her for her birthday. It was pulsating with magical energy, clearly trying to tell its owner something. The Duke's daughter did not wear the gift on her finger, but preferred to hide it under her clothes, hanging it around her neck as an amulet or talisman. However, this did not affect its functionality in any way. Moreover, at some point, a dark purple beam emerged from the artifact, turning into a real arrow indicating a specific direction, led by the power of the ring. Aslania set off along the route shown by the decoration and quickly approached the border of the school territory. Apparently, she needed to leave Yggdrasil. The junior schoolgirl stopped near the exit, where the guard was on duty. She could not pass by, which meant she had to think of a way to get around the guard. Suddenly, the arrow jumped up and pointed to the top of the fence, so Nuna began to evaluate a possible escape in this direction, especially since it was not high there. Dexterously using the magic of amplification, the girl reached the top of the stone fence and caught her hand on its surface. With a swift movement, Aslania shifted her body weight and literally flew over the barrier and then hurriedly headed where the restless arrow was calling her. Yuven was waiting for her in the middle of a small park, very close to the school. He was very happy about her visit. The young sorceress saw that the boy was not in danger and immediately broke into a smile. Perhaps he was just bored, but was afraid to admit it, she thought. But the eyes of the Marquise's son were somehow strange, and he also grinned bloodthirstily and called the girl to go with him to a distant country. And when Yuven rose above the ground, spreading his terrifying wings, Aslania realized that she had paid too little attention to her friend, and the messenger of darkness awakened in him. This was no longer the timid boy who was embarrassed to make friends. A very strong and dangerous opponent was hovering in the air in front of the sorceress. But something else was strange. According to the game mechanics of the fantastic attraction, the evil boss, Yuven, spread his wings before he was going to attack the enemy. According to legend, this monster in the last stages of its development craved only one thing: endless power, so that no living creature could compare with its power. However, Appleton took on a winged form only when he felt his inevitable defeat and was going to give the last fight. It turns out that something had already driven the boy emotionally. Aslania understood that her friend was drawing strength from an endless source of dark magic and did not know how to stop this feeding from a dangerous and cruel element. Watching the behavior of the boss, who had appeared ahead of time, the young sorceress tensely recalled any details that could help her in this situation. Apparently, Yuven was consumed by one of his childhood fears, and he felt on the verge of complete defeat and therefore took a kind of defensive pose, which was actually needed for an attack. The teenager hovering in the air insisted that they rise high together and fly away from the kingdom to a place where they could live only the two of them. Then the dark messenger took 2 blue cards from his pocket and said that these were tickets to an uninhabited island called Ohoroma. Aslania only needed to touch the paper and she would be there. The idea of dropping everything and immediately going to a deserted and distant corner of the land completely ran counter to all the girl's plans for a happy life in this world. The boy dreamily closed his eyes and said that there would be no one else there except them, which meant that they would have an eternity to enjoy each other's company exclusively. Aslania began to understand that Yuven's pathological passion for power and authority had already considered the girl his property, and encroachment on her was not allowed in any form. And while the heir to the Marquis described their happy life away from other people, the sorceress was thinking about a plan for further action to neutralize this sudden enemy. Nuna rolled her eyes theatrically and replied that she liked the picture her brother had drawn, but right now she didn't want to go anywhere. And when Yuven asked why, Aslania replied that she wasn't going on any trip with the evil boy, to which the teenager simply responded. He rushed forward. Coming close, young Appleton stopped and asked why she was acting like that. Maybe it was Riley who took his place, or the Duke's daughter found another boy. However, the young sorceress was not going to play by the rules of this boss, and replied that she would only agree to fly to the island with someone stronger than her. The Marquise's son seemed puzzled, and asked again. It was noticeable that the boy had lost the initiative, and was now trying to figure out what was going on. And when Aslania confirmed her words that she loves strong guys, Juven laughed and added that his strength knows no bounds. Appleton continued laughing and noted that it would be easy for him to defeat Nunu because she is much weaker than the Marquise's heir. The sorceress was unpleasantly surprised by such impudence and self-confidence of her adopted brother because his level of real experience in magical battles was 0. The sorceress glanced at the surrounding area she was interested in. No one being around in the park, she did not want anyone to get hurt, and suggested that they immediately resolve their dispute with a duel. Yuven clenched his fist and prepared for a fight. He was confident in his strength because his mind was covered by a veil of dark magic. Appleton apologized in advance for causing the girl some pain and discomfort, to which Aslania responded with a willingness to be patient. The sorceress took a fighting stance and suggested that the guy make an attack, to which he immediately made his magical step. The young magician pointed his hand toward the schoolgirl and began to cast a spell. At the same time, Yuven began to talk about how the mechanics of spells allow you to kill people much easier and faster than taking them prisoner or disarming them. Continuing to strike with his dark spells, the young sorcerer added that to kill an opponent, a slight superiority is needed, but to capture, a much higher level of skill. Therefore, Appleton wanted to grab the opponent in order to guarantee his superiority and the next moment transfer them to an uninhabited island. At some point, Aslania missed the throw of one of the purple ribbons, and it tightly wrapped around her body, restricting her movements and causing considerable physical pain. The suffering was so severe that beads of sweat appeared on the girl's face, but she, gritting her teeth, continued to fight. And suddenly, the sorceress remembered one of the strengthening spells, which repeatedly weakened the enemy's spell and turned a deadly duel into a battle of babies. The sorceress grinned and simply pulled off the ribbons, as if they had no magical nature, but covered an ordinary box with a gift. Having thrown off the remaining fetters, Aslania asked her opponent if he had any more spells in reserve, only stronger ones. The boy was shaken to the depths of his soul. He had bet on these complex and cunning spells, which now dissipated like smoke in the wind. Then, Juven shouted at his girlfriend, asking why she did not want him to hug her with his arms, to which the girl noted that it did not look like a hug from a loving person. The sorcerer flatly refused to call his magical limbs tentacles, as the sorceress demanded, and added that he was trying to express his feelings in this way. Suddenly, the heir to the marquis fell silent and strained to cast a new spell. Following this, a huge magical axe appeared above Aslania, which flew straight at her head. Juven accompanied the attack with a comment that he was doing all this out of an excess of feelings for her. The blow was very strong for a moment. Even the sorcerer himself froze in indecision from the bright flash of light that appeared at the point of collision of the weapon and the fragile heiress of the Duke. Nuna's hand grabbed the butt of the axe, frozen right next to her face and neck. Then she smiled and prepared to respond to the attacker with another portion of compliments. Aslania was sincerely grateful for the lessons of her mentor Schumann, who had taught her well and trained her for such cases. The schoolgirl squeezed the magic axe in her hand until it crunched and it began to disintegrate in the air, and then added that if Juven did not show at least something serious, then she would go home, because it was getting boring here. The messenger of darkness had a good imagination, since the monsters he summoned attacked in very specific ways. Among them were crawling, jumping, and even flying. Arrows, spears, tentacles, and other magical instruments sought to cause Aslania at least some damage, but she steadfastly and easily repelled all attacks. Something unimaginable was happening to young Appleton. He accompanied each new attack with words and phrases about love, and then threw another charge towards the sorceress. The sorceress dodged another spell with a smile, and said that she was embarrassed because he called Nunu his sister, then confessed his love, so the sorcerer had to decide. But the most amazing thing was how much mana the boy spent, and where he got such gigantic reserves of dark energy needed for all these magical techniques. At some point, instead of another weak spell, the sorcerer summoned an unusual red sphere with a pattern resembling an eye. Aslania had never encountered anything like this before, and thought that the boy probably had not created it, but that it had separated from his body, which she had partially controlled until then. This opponent seemed more serious to the sorceress, so she prepared for a real battle, hoping that by destroying this sphere, she would free Juven from the evil influence. The sphere hung for some time above the boy's head, and then began to slowly approach the sorceress. The Duke's daughter put her hand out to meet the red glow, and was determined to destroy this creature of evil. The sphere was literally ablaze with fire, and it was very painful to bring her fingers to it. Aslania instinctively pulled her hand away from the source of heat, but firmly decided to deal with this unusual thing at all costs, gathering all her strength and putting maximum effort into the magic of amplification. The girl grabbed the strange ball from both sides and squeezed as tightly as she could. She shouted at the sphere that she intended to change her fate and the lifelines of other heroes so that they would not be evil bosses, but become good people, increasing the pressure on the magical surface. With each second, Aslania said that there was only one person in the world who could change her life. It was herself. When the ball burst from the load and shattered into 1,000 pieces, the world around was illuminated by a blinding flash of white light. It was sunny in the park, the darkness dissipated, giving way to natural daylight. The sorceress ran up to Yuven and helped him not to fall. He looked very tired and was literally falling off his feet. Then Nuna thought that this battle had definitely increased her experience in magical duels, so now she had become much stronger and more confident. Young Appleton was slowly regaining consciousness, and Aslania laid him down on the green soft grass so that he could move away from the fight and recover a little. However, she herself also needed recharging. The Duke's daughter was sincerely glad that everything ended so well, and she also thought that she should scold the stupid boy well, but she would do it later. Now was not the time. The Marquise's son was still unconscious. He was turning his head from side to side and muttering incomprehensible words. After some time, the Duke's heir was taken to his native estate. For bad behavior, the school administration decided to punish the student by suspending him from classes for a whole month. So now Yuven was sitting on his bed and crying bitterly. Shame and shame overwhelmed the teenager, and he could not recover from the feeling of his own failure. But most of all, the boy suffered not because of the troubles in Yggdrasil, but because he showed himself from a bad side in front of his beloved Nuna. He did not know how to look his friend in the eyes now. At the same time, the boy analyzed his condition and came to the conclusion that after that fight, changes had occurred inside him. He felt better at heart and as if an unknown stone had fallen from his shoulders. Yuven remembered that he wanted to leave the kingdom, to leave his family and friends, but now it was perceived as a bad dream or unhealthy delirium. Burning with shame, the boy even began to think that it would be better if he died as a result of that duel, because now it would be harder to look Nuna in the eyes than to die. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and Aslania appeared on the threshold. She inquired about the well-being of the Marquise's son, to which young Appleton did not know what to answer. The Duke's daughter did not look upset or angry. On the contrary, she smiled and seemed to be in a great mood. Juven thought that now he would be scolded, perhaps even beaten, and understood that his actions were not justified, and prepared to accept the inevitable retribution for what he had done. Nuna came closer, put her hands behind her back, and said that the boy looked fine on the outside, but she was more concerned about his internal state. The boy was a little surprised. He expected that he would now be showered with curses and accusations of crimes committed, but everything was different. Aslania laughed and asked why her little brother thought that she would scold him so much. Yuven turned his gaze to the picture hanging on the wall and answered that his act was very bad and he should be punished for it. However, the sorceress answered that the young sorcerer acted on the instructions of an evil magical entity that controlled his behavior and intentions, so it is impossible to place all the blame solely on him. When the boy heard that the most important thing for Nuna was his physical and mental health, he was very happy and decided to share his new feeling of lightness and peace inside. Juven put his hand to his chest and told Aslania about the change in his condition, because he had never experienced anything like this before. Then the Marquise's son fell silent and began to cry quietly, wiping his tears with his hand, which greatly worried the sorceress, because she thought that now everything was over and she could breathe a sigh of relief. The Appleton estate was filled with heart-rending wailing and pitiful crying when the sobbing child finally realized that his beloved did not hold a grudge against him. It took Aslania some time to figure out what had happened. She stood there hesitating, going over possible versions of childhood psychological trauma. Having cried, the boy confessed that now the meaning of his life would be to make his older sister's existence better, and he promised to think about the consequences before every action. Having made sure that Yuven really felt better, and in his soul, the child found ground under his feet, Nuna hugged the teenager tightly and said that now he was ready for punishment. The Marquise's son did not know how to react correctly in such a situation, and therefore simply trusted his older sister, who put him across her knees and began to spank him on the butt. Little Appleton tried to stop his friend, but she no longer listened to him. Meanwhile, while on the school grounds, Rudin sneezed very loudly and often. Other schoolchildren approached him and asked how he felt, to which the heir to the empire, wiping his nose, answered the same thing, that he was fine. The king's son really did not show any particular symptoms of any illnesses, but noted that he constantly felt very cold, although the weather outside was quite warm. Those around him increasingly inquired about his condition, looking at the crown prince with concern. The boy once again thanked the children for their concern and said goodbye to them. It turns out that he came to class today only to see Aslania, but he was told that she was not there. Rudin also learned that Juven was temporarily banned from visiting Yggdrasil and suggested that Lady Livenshurt could well have gone to Appleton's son since they showed mutual sympathy. The heir to the empire immediately imagined a picture of their possible date where the punished schoolboy tries to charm the young sorceress and thus take her away from the king's son. The worried boy immediately tried to erase this image from his head and thought about what he should do next. And while Rudin was tensely pondering the situation, a man in a brown coat approached him from behind and attracted his attention. The stranger politely called the guy by name and then asked him to give him a little time, to which the crown prince agreed. The king's heir did not like to be distracted from important thoughts, but the man was unfamiliar to him, and his good-natured appearance aroused some interest and curiosity. Smiling, the man replied that it was inappropriate to discuss such an important topic in the corridor, and therefore he invited Rudin to the director's office. Once alone, the man looked closely at the king's son, and the smile gradually slid off his face. Then he began to speak. Listening to the new information, the crown prince was truly shocked by the information that was delivered to him. However, when the information was voiced in full, a smile shone on the face of the emperor's son, because now his plan for insidious revenge had become quite real and feasible. In the Levenshurt mansion, the duke's daughter was preparing for the upcoming exams in full swing. All this time, Aslania worked hard and surrounded herself with a real mountain of all kinds of textbooks and additional literature, and all this in order to achieve her goal and become the best student of Yggdrasil. The sorceress remembered that according to the plot, her image of the Steel Empress was distinguished by the highest strength and aggression, but in terms of intelligence, she was noticeably lagging behind, so she studied. If you remember the other game bosses, then in first place were Rudin and Juven. They both brilliantly coped with difficult tasks and had real talents in different areas. Aslania firmly decided that she was going to not only catch up with the leaders of the fantastic attraction in academic performance, but also overtake them, which means she is ready to study hard. And when the results of the preliminary exams appeared on the results board, the picture was as follows. Rudin, Scheiden, and Juven took the first 3 places, and the heiress of Livenshurt only 22nd. For the young student, this was a real blow, and at first, the girl was even sure that some ridiculous mistake had occurred because she tried so hard and worked so hard. The heir to the empire walked around the most satisfied because he took the honorable first place and strengthened his pride and narcissism, so that he walked not only with his head held high, but also with his nose in the air. Rudin constantly joked and teased Aslania with these results, saying that such a low result is shameful even for a supporting character, and she is a heroine of the first magnitude. Scheiden, who took second place, rejoiced quietly and calmly, and did not forget to congratulate his brother on his leading position at this stage of the study. Aslania was very surprised, noticing that the relationship between the king's heirs had noticeably improved. They now communicated like real friends. There was no trace of the former enmity. Juven now came to Nuna at every break, and the girl was surprised how he was able to prepare so well that he took third place, although he was not even in class, due to temporary suspension. To which the Marquise's son modestly replied that he did not have much merit in this, since the tasks in the exam paper were very simple. The sorceress felt a little offended because apparently these children were real geniuses and child prodigies, since they solved complex problems quickly without making an effort, unlike her. One day when the main characters were together, someone suddenly called them by name. It was the same man who had previously invited Ruden for a private conversation. This time the director called the children into his office all at once. Finding himself in a stylish and cozy room, the head of Yggdrasil sat down at his desk and looked at the children. The head of the school began the conversation by saying that the invited students were united by their belonging to the Sky Group, which includes only those who have already awakened magical abilities. Aslania knew about this student association well, but she did not think that they would be called so soon, practically at the beginning of the first year. Besides, the director mentioned that he had already had a conversation with Ruden on this topic. The firmament had its own organization, and everyone who entered it became in fact the local elite of Yggdrasil, receiving additional rights and a high status among the rest of the school children. The association was somewhat similar to the Commonwealth of Magicians, and many teenagers could only dream of joining it. In addition to universal admiration and respect, the group members received access to special rooms in which only members of the firmament could be. Naturally, a large number of bonuses and pluses did not arise out of nowhere. Aslania understood this a little, so she immediately got down to business and asked what task the director had for them. The man smiled. He was pleased that the children, despite their age, were already mentally prepared for new challenges, and reminded them that representatives of the Deccan Empire would soon arrive to them. Many people on the school grounds had been discussing this event since the beginning of the school year, as such events only took place once every couple of years. The Duke's daughter was aware of political life and knew that there were only two empires in the world, Isaac and Deccan, which took turns visiting each other once a year. The relations between the states were far from friendly, but for now, they have managed to maintain them in a stable neutral position thanks to these annual visits. Last year, a delegation from Isaac went to Deccan. This time, a return visit is expected, and the Deccans want to not only visit the capital and talk to the emperor, but also visit Yggdrasil. That is, the visit will be of an expanded nature, and the guests want to focus not on the middle or high school, but on the lower grades. Aslania listened silently to the director and did not cease to be surprised by the news, because all this was very strange and unusual. The heiress of Livenshurt remembered one of the endings of the game, in which all the troubles began, on the very day when the delegation from Deccan arrived in Yggdrasil, and the irreparable happened. The sorceress tensely sorted through the images of past years in her head and recalled the details of the incident. Then everything revolved around the senior representative of another country and a student of their school. Now Aslania remembered that the victim was Count Bolton, who came from Deccan with a friendly delegation. The events began on the top floor of the educational institution where the library was located, and the student who started the conflict was Ruden, the emperor's son, who took the important visit of his neighbors lightly. At some point, the boy attacked the count and caused him serious wounds and injuries. The newspaper headlines of that time were full of bright and catchy phrases describing the incident that had occurred. The conflict could not be resolved peacefully, and the flames of hostility broke out of control, causing a real war, which eventually led to one of the negative endings. Aslania thought about it. She read a description of this event in the library on the game's fan forum, but she herself did not take part in it. The immortal soul, being in its past incarnation, tried to understand this unusual game episode, but the messages on the forum were scattered and inaccurate. Some called the events a staged provocation. Others blamed everything exclusively on the Crown Prince. In any case, now she is Lady Livenshurt and must prevent a bad ending. Examining the pieces on the chessboard, the sorceress asked Ruden what he thought of the neighboring kingdom and its politics. The emperor's son answered without hesitation that in his opinion, the Deccan are their old enemies, and defeating them will be a wonderful achievement on the path to his dominance and greatness. Aslania was completely taken aback by such a categorical answer and decided that the best thing to do in such a situation was to eat as many sweets as possible, because she would definitely need manna. The sorceress lay on her bed and thought hard about what she should do, because at the will of the crazy boy, the country could plunge into chaos and burn in the fire of war. And the Duke's daughter was also thinking about whether it was possible to avoid some key plot points that determined the course of further events. Falling asleep, young Livenshirt came to the conclusion that firstly she should talk to Rudin again about the neighboring kingdom and explain to him the seriousness of the possible consequences. The next day, when a suitable opportunity presented itself, the sorceress directly asked the crown prince if he was planning an attack on the delegation of guests. The king's son laughed in response and added that he was the heir to the throne, and therefore he must weigh his every word, and especially his actions, because the whole country depended on them. Aslania smiled. She was glad that the boy understood something, but she was embarrassed by his ability to masterfully lie, so the girl decided that she would watch him closely during the reception. The girl glanced around the peaceful atmosphere of the room and thought that, in a world where she had a second chance, she would make every possible effort to avoid war. And the Duke's daughter also remembered that the school director mentioned one of the purposes of the Earl of Bolton's visit, a meeting with the heir to the empire, Sir Rudin von Heinberg. To understand the situation, Aslania began to study the local press in order to glean additional important information about the relationship between the neighboring states. The Isaac Empire newspaper headlines were full of praise for the crown prince as an outstanding genius who was about to become the hero of the continent. But the Deccan Kingdom had a different opinion, where the main star of the printed media was Count Hiram Bolton, and Rudin was relegated to a league for the middle class. In addition, the publications of the neighboring kingdom not only praised Hiram's intellect and fighting ability, but also threw mud at the entire Isaac Empire. Looking at the photo of a possible enemy, Aslania remembered that there was such a plot character occupying the niche of secondary heroes, and he appeared in one of the updates. From the depths of consciousness, facts of Bolton's biography emerged. When he was only 13 years old, he had already received higher education. Now the guy is about 18, and he is not only a master of sword and magic, but also the head of the family. No facts discrediting his brilliant track record were found in the press. There was only a mention that Hiram possesses special chloride magic. Sir Bolton did not become like this. Overnight, he had a long and difficult path to the top. When the young nobleman was only 13 years old, his parents suddenly fell ill with a strange mental disorder. The teenager had just completed his education, but when he returned home, hard and stressful work awaited him. The fact is that the parents' illness progressed, and they were forced to retire. The young heir had to take over the management of the entire family, which was difficult. And at first, the heads of families from neighboring lands did not believe in the success of the teenager, laughed, joked, and looked down on him. However, Bolton's sharp mind and diplomatic talent allowed him to conclude profitable deals and develop existing assets. Already at the age of 15, Hiram completely restored the authority and power of the family, and a year later, he took an active part in repelling the attacks of monsters, which earned him popular love and popularity. As a result, the growing authority of the young count made the teenager almost a national hero of the entire kingdom of Deccan. After reading the biography of the future visitor, Aslania caught herself thinking that she liked him more than Rudin. The sorceress's thoughts revolved around two main options: either change the king's son's attitude towards his neighbors or simply prevent their meeting. The young sorceress felt a little sorry for the boy, that he was so easily manipulated, but she understood that she was doing this for the common good, in fact, for the sake of the entire country. During another game of chess, The duke's heiress told the king's son that they needed to have a serious talk. Aslania felt a little awkward because it is easy to control people like pieces on a board, only with words. Then the schoolgirl made a move, saying that the conversation might seem unpleasant to him, but it would be very useful. It was obvious that Rudin did not like this dialogue, as he sat in a defensive pose, crossing his arms over his chest and crossing his legs. The young schemer said that she shared his position regarding the neighbors from Deccan, and also considered them enemies of Isaac, but she really wanted to avoid a conflict between the countries. And therefore, Aslania wants to make sure once again that the king's son really has no plans for aggression against them. At these words, the boy frowned. Young Livenshirt prepared for Rudin's counter-move. She saw how he hesitated, and this prolonged silence itself already said a lot. Time dragged on very slowly, and the silence that reigned in the room for elite students from the firmament was starting to drive one crazy. Finally, the sorceress could not stand it any longer and repeated her question because her patience had come to an end. In addition, Aslania added that she wanted to know how the heir to the empire would behave if one of the delegates began to behave unworthily, and Rudin replied that he would act as the hero's duty dictated. The schoolgirl was delighted to hear such an answer. She decided that she had practically received the evidence she needed and asked a new question. How does the king's son see his duty? However, the crown prince, hearing these words, turned pale and was horrified, and then in turn asked how she could ask such a question. The duke's daughter did not understand what was happening and tried to avoid answering, which angered the teenager even more. It turns out that Rudin was sure that Aslania knew exactly what the main character's duty was, since he considered her to be the main character. But upon realizing that the girl didn't know, he was very upset. In the end, the crown prince clenched his fist and accused Lady Livenshirt of not being the main character, but of occupying a secondary position. Then the king's son added that they had nothing more to talk about, turned around, and headed for the exit of the room, leaving the bewildered sorceress alone. From that moment on, Rudin stopped communicating with the duke's daughter and spent almost all his time locked in his chambers. And in the meantime, the day of the Deccan Kingdom's visit to Yggdrasil arrived. The students were preparing to greet the guests from the neighboring empire with a bouquet of white tulips. Aslania could not get rid of the thought of the upcoming catastrophe, and the girl was very worried about possible negative situations that could happen on the school grounds. Soon the carriage appeared, and the greeters were given the order to prepare for a ceremonial meeting. Finally, the carriage stopped, and the door slowly opened. Everyone froze in anticipation of the guests. Earl Hiram Bolton, the national hero of Deccan and a star of the printed press. The guy smiled good-naturedly, hugging the flowers he had been given, and did not stop admiring the beauty of the architecture. And suddenly, Aslania saw someone she had hoped not to meet today. It was Rudin. He was standing right behind the visiting stranger. What surprised the duke's daughter most was the fact that the crown prince got out of the carriage after the guest, which meant that they had been riding together all this time. She thought that the boy was sitting in his castle. The first persons chatted pleasantly and exchanged all sorts of compliments and courtesies, which was extremely unexpected for Lady Livenshirt. The emperor's son was cheerful and pleased from his behavior. One could say that the boy was glad to see the dear guest and was greeting him with all possible honors. Aslania turned to Scheiden, who was standing next to her, and asked when Rudin managed to meet the count and why they arrived in the same carriage. The crown prince's brother replied that it was merely a formality and a confirmation of the rules of etiquette to meet an envoy from another kingdom and accompany him on planned trips. The duke's daughter was very surprised to hear such words. She thought that she would have to restrain the little impudent one, but he suddenly climbed into hell himself and behaved with dignity. After the end of the visit to Yggdrasil, Earl Bolton lingered a little, saying goodbye to the students of the school. At the carriage, he thanked everyone for the warm welcome and the good time spent. The headmaster was very pleased that the envoy of Deccan praised his school in every possible way, and spoke flatteringly about his visit in general. Aslania and Ruden stood nearby quite satisfied and calm that the reception was a success, but suddenly Hiram turned to the king's son and addressed him with apologies. The boy looked at the guest and was a little surprised because everything went well, and he did not understand what he should apologize for. A sly smile flitted across the count's face. It was obvious that he had prepared for these words and planned it all in advance. Bolton came close to the prince and leaned right to his ear, and then said that the newspapers in Deccan were tirelessly pouring dirt on Ruden von Heinberg, and they were doing this on his personal orders. The crown prince tensed up. It was obvious that the guy was holding back his rage and aggression, but out loud, he only said that he did not understand what they were talking about, since he rarely read newspapers. The guest replied that in that case this information was of no importance, and the heir to the throne could simply forget about it. Then he extended his hand towards his opponent. Barely holding back a storm of emotions, the schoolboy looked closely at this gesture of Bolton, and then decided to return the handshake. What was happening was very strange, because in fact the envoy of Deccan did everything to provoke the crown prince at the very end of his visit. And when their hands touched and clasped, something incredible happened. Ruden seemed to be pierced by lightning. The boy did not understand what was happening. He was conscious, but the world around him changed dramatically. Its colors instantly faded, and everything was covered in a dark fog. The images of his father mentors and servants flew past, all of whom were saying in one voice that the crown prince was the incarnation of Yongun himself, the legendary hero, the conqueror of demons, and the gatherer of lands. Everyone was saying that only Ruden could defeat the kingdom of Deccan and unite the two countries into one, so that everyone could live in peace and harmony. But for this, he had to do something. Defeat Bolton. The schoolboy looked at the tall guy, and the thought grew stronger in his head that the meaning of his existence as the main character was to defeat the enemy neighbor. Meanwhile, Hiram squinted, looking at the king's son, and seemed to be waiting for something. And Ruden was ready to act. He had already begun to think through his attack, but suddenly, a random thought and a fleeting memory switched his attention to another topic. It was a very recent episode, when the crown prince tried to find out from Juven where he and Aslania had disappeared to that day. The rival never confessed to anything, although as a result of their disappearance, the boy was banned from attending school for a whole month, and the duke's daughter constantly visited him at home. The emperor's son did not believe the official version that the school children had encountered a monster in the garden, but he told Juven that he was not interested in this because he had another more significant goal. And then the marquise's son said that there was no more noble and desirable goal in the world than to make Nuna smile and rejoice with all her heart. Since then, these words often sounded in the prince's head. And then young Appleton added that he had already succeeded in this a couple of times, and he wanted to do it again and again, to which Ruden did not find what to answer. The king's son remembered her hair and eyes, but he could not find Aslania's smile in his memory. Usually she looked at him sullenly because his actions did not cause joy in her, and the crown prince himself often felt irritation at the sight of her image. But was this what he wanted from their relationship? What should he strive for then, if he could not even cause a simple woman's smile? The heir to the throne squeezed Bolton's hand with all his might and thought that he would definitely punish him, but not now, because at the moment the death of his enemy was more important to him than the joy in the eyes of his beloved. The boy laughed and answered the provocateur that he was very glad to meet them and would look forward to their next visit. Those present sighed with relief, and the delegation of ambassadors set off on their way back while it was still a clear and sunny day in the yard of Yggdrasil. The crown prince stood at the school window and reflected on the past days. He felt somehow sad and melancholy. Aslania saw the boy and noticed that his psychological state was far from normal, because as a rule, he was cheerful and in a good mood. Young Livenshirt called out to the king's son and he noticed that she was looking at him. The sorceress ran up to the boy and asked why he changed his mind, what happened in his head, and consciousness, what influenced his choice. The sorceress also asked why Rudin left his room, in which he had been sitting for so long before the visit, to which the schoolboy replied that he could not miss this visit. Then Aslania said that she saw how Earl Bolton provoked the schoolboy to attack, but added that she would definitely not be able to restrain her anger and would pounce on him. After which, the girl reminded the Crown Prince of his promise to fulfill his duty as the main hero and asked what it was if he did not plan to attack the envoy, but the boy did not answer. Seeing that her interlocutor was silent, the Duke's daughter raised her voice and asked why he had come and was standing in front of the door of her classroom if he was not going to talk. Finally, the boy could not stand it and, closing his eyes, shouted in response that he had come to her because he wanted to see her smile. Aslania expected anything from the obstinate and restless son of the emperor, who was used to bathing in luxury and listening to flattering speeches, but this statement came as a complete surprise to her. Rudin continued to pour out his soul and mentioned Juven, seeing whom the Duke's daughter always smiles, to which the sorceress noted that she was smiling at both of them, but the Crown Prince noticed that it was a different smile. The sorceress made a face and asked if such a smile suited him, to which the Crown Prince replied that this strained artificial grimace was only capable of humiliating, not encouraging. Aslania fell silent. She did not know what to answer. All this was so unexpected and unusual for her. But one thing was clear: the guy was very worried and very upset. Suddenly, the heiress of Livenchert came up with an idea, and she immediately realized it. Put her hand on the prince's fair-haired head and began to stroke him. Rudin succumbed to her charms and even leaned over slightly. The first few seconds he couldn't say anything, but only enjoyed the new feeling that appeared in his chest. Then the boy raised his eyes and began to look at his beloved's face, expecting to see a miracle. And it happened. Aslania smiled the very smile that he had been waiting for, and for which he had overcome himself and gone against anger and irritation. And the Duke's heiress also said that Rudin was a good boy, and she was proud of him that he had not fallen for a rude provocation and had managed to restrain himself. During his life, the Crown Prince had experienced many emotions, but such a pleasant and joyful one had never happened before. This feeling literally overwhelmed the soul of the little wizard. Finally, the emperor's son came to his senses and pushed the girl's hand away. He felt awkward from the sincere happiness he had experienced, but the sorceress noticed that everything was fine. Then Rudin decided to leave as soon as possible, to think about what had happened and sort out the thoughts in his head. Also, the consciousness of the heir to the throne was visited by a sudden thought that the provocation was planned and organized, not just like that, but as part of some more complex plan. Meanwhile, someone powerful and influential was thinking about the failed attempt to pit the Isaac and Deacon empires against each other, and was trying to find the reason for such a failure. It was Hiram. He stared unblinkingly at the bright flame and thought that the Crown Prince was not as predictable as he had previously thought. Then he squeezed the red ball hard, and the source of light disappeared. Bolton was not happy with the thought that the informant who described the king's son as a stupid and careless egoist was so cruelly mistaken. The Count sat down on a chair and thought he was not happy that the provocation that had been prepared for many months fell apart so easily and ineptly. He was also worried that now he would have to forget about the leadership position at the post of the Decan group of hawks. The fact is that the empires maintained neutrality only for appearances, but in reality they waged an endless hybrid war. But there were also those who wanted a real battle and an official declaration of hostility. And in each country, there was a special organization of hawks that did not want to make peace and negotiate with neighbors, but dreamed of a large full-scale war. For several years now, Bolton had been part of a group of aggressive nobles who dreamed of defeating Isaac on the battlefield. And for this purpose, he had built a cunning and insidious plan, of which Rudin was to become a part. Deep in thought, Hiram tried to understand where he had made a mistake, and why the youth who wanted to attack him had held back because the boy had been on the very edge, but had retreated. Then the former envoy began to analyze other students of the school, whom he considered necessary. To remember, for example, young Aslania Livenshirt. She was always somewhere near Rudin. Bolton was aware of her physical transformation and considered it right to inquire about her in the near future, as well as to learn in detail about her relationships with other children. The insidious enemy thought that such external changes are impossible without serious internal changes, so the girl may well play her role in some distant game. Perhaps it is by studying the relationships between the children of the wealthy classes of Yggdrasil that Hiram will be able to weave a new web from which no one will escape. To top it all off, the Count thought that he had only lost this battle, and the war between the hawks of the two empires, and each country had its own aggressive group, had only received a reprieve. After the end of the exam session, Aslania went to visit her new friend Riley. Her estate was located near the sea, where there was hot sand and turquoise surf. The girls had a great time together, running along the beach, swimming, sunbathing, and enjoying the rays of the warm sun. Aslania also invited Rudin and Juven on this trip, but unfortunately, they both could not join their friend and share with her the joys of a seaside vacation. During the holidays, each student was busy with his own business, and the heir to the Marquis was no exception, although his new hobby was far from classic children's fun. Having found the right door in the labyrinth of streets and alleys of a remote part of the city with some difficulty, the teenager froze for a while in front of the entrance. A crooked sign above the passage said that this was the headquarters of a guild called Adventurers, but there was another name, Old Tree, which had a wider publicity. His previous duel with Nuna left a noticeable mark on the boy's soul, and also dispelled childhood illusions about his own strength. And now the son of the Marquis wanted to fill this gap. The little sorcerer dreamed of becoming an experienced fighter who could not be defeated by the sorceress, who had an advantage of a whole year. The crown prince also did not sit idly by. He climbed into the royal library and studied thematic literature. At the same time, the boy was interested in only one direction: the works of learned minds on the relationship between the sexes and how to win a partner and win a heart. When the rest time passed and a new school term began, the children gathered at the school and watched in surprise at the role in which the heir to the empire appeared. The boy came to Yggdrasil, not alone, but with his new friend, a snow-white horse. But this was not the last new detail in the prince's image. A crooked pattern ran through his eye, vaguely resembling a scar, only it looked more funny than scary. Aslania did not tolerate such antics and immediately returned the rider to the ground, taking advantage of the personal permission from her father emperor to physically punish the teenager. The lessons that had begun once again reminded the sorceress of the days when she had just entered Yggdrasil. Her classmates looked with horror at Lady Livenshirt, who had the right to raise her hand against Rudin von Heinberg. The sorceress acquired new scary nicknames, such as Hell's Hand, Devil's Grip, or even Instigator of Rebellion, and her former Aslania's alienation zone returned to her. However, not all the children shared the fears and concerns about the Duke's heiress. Some continued to communicate sweetly and carefree with the schoolgirl. For example, Shaden. As soon as the boy entered the classroom, he immediately greeted Aslania. There was not the slightest concern in his behavior or voice. On the contrary, he seemed happy. Usually the crown prince's brother was quiet and spoke only when addressed. But this morning the boy literally glowed with joy, maybe because he saw how Rudin got into trouble. According to the plot, Shaden always put the interests of his country first, while his brother put personal gain and vanity first. Young Livenshirt thought that strengthening her relationship with this advantageous and adequate ally would be beneficial not only to her, but to the entire kingdom. Quite quickly, the girl was carried away by rosy dreams of future victories and successes on all fronts, and she closed her eyes so that nothing would distract her from her stay in the world of dreams. However, it was not so easy to make friends with this young man, because he preferred to hide his hot heart deep inside under a cold and impenetrable shell of external alienation and indifference. Moreover, the only way to attract his attention and win him over was to achieve high results on exams, since Shaden preferred to communicate only with smart and useful people for the country. And the Duke's daughter couldn't boast of her results because her level at the last session exams dropped even lower to 52nd place, despite the fact that the Crown Prince's brother was in the top 3. However, according to the hero card, in order for this smart boy to pay attention to you, you need to be in the top 50 in grades. So Aslania was not that far from the required minimum. The sorceress approached Shaden and asked if she could sit next to him, to which the boy replied that he did not mind. Moreover, he had long wanted to talk to her. Aslania really liked his positive and friendly attitude, which means that grades in this world were not as critical as they were in the real game. And as soon as the children sat down together, a discussion immediately began between their classmates behind their backs, discussing every breath of the representative of imperial blood. Young Livenshirt still could not get used to such an attitude of others, but she was pleased that the school children spoke about them in a positive light. It was not only pleasant to be friends with Shaden, but also useful, since he began to really help the heiress of Livenshirt with her lessons, which undoubtedly increased her level of education. When Aslania thanked the young mentor for the science, the boy replied that it was not about his lessons, but that she herself was very smart and grasped things on the fly, and he only guided her mind. Then the Crown Prince's brother uttered a phrase from the game word for word about how it is not enough to have a developed intellect. You also need to master special techniques for using it, which made the girl very happy. The rich gaming experience of the immortal soul suggested that after such lines, the character's interest in the main character increased greatly, which meant that this was a certain success. The Duke's daughter was very glad that she had finally managed to move her relationship with the Crown Prince's brother forward, because it had been very difficult. Then the sorceress had already begun to make plans for Shaden, because such a friend and ally could not only brighten up the years of life, but also provide serious help and support in many areas. Then Aslania asked if the teenager had managed to awaken his magical gift, to which the boy replied that unfortunately he had absolutely nothing to brag about in this regard. After which the children chatted a little about magic and abilities. Young Livenshirt knew from legend that the power would awaken in Shaden by the end of this year, but she could not say it directly. The boy did not yet know that he possessed the magic of bitter cold, the most powerful of the ice spells, and was able to create blocks of pure ice, controlling them. When the teenage girl first saw his animation when casting a spell, she literally fell in love with this calm angel of pure beauty. And while Aslania was dreamily looking at the pictures of her past life, remembering Shaden in different images, the lesson came to an end. The teacher gave an assignment and said that the children could go free. Before leaving the classroom, the boy turned to the girl and said that he wanted to ask her something. Then he was silent for a while. It was clear that the question the schoolboy wanted to ask was important to him. Shaden looked closely at Aslania and asked what her opinion was about the future of their Isaac empire. The girl immediately tensed up. She remembered that it was the answer to this question that would determine the entire future fate of their relationship, so it was important to make the right choice. However, the sorceress also knew that the guy should say these words at a more mature age and not in elementary school, because he had not even discovered his magical ability. The Duke's daughter thought for a long time, because she planned to approach this significant plot point only after several years, and not now, without even studying in Yggdrasil for a year. Perhaps the sorceress's active behavior affected some game mechanisms, and the dialogue chains shifted in time, because before she had never beaten the Crown Prince in front of the whole school. Young Livenshirt looked into those clear, childish eyes that were waiting for her answer and remembered the ending that the fantastic attraction had prepared for this hero. Aslania couldn't take her eyes off her new friend and wondered if she could change anything in this world. After all, the sorceress had already interfered with the course of events, mixed up all the cards, and was trying to build this world anew. But would she have enough strength and understanding of the overall picture? Finally, the Duke's daughter looked away and began to answer the question. Asked, she decided that she didn't know if she could do everything right, but it was her direct responsibility to try. The schoolgirl expressed the idea that the peace with the kingdom of Deccan could not be called strong. It was like a very shaky bridge that was difficult to move quickly across. Then Shaden asked what to do, and then he began to listen to the addition to the answer, that under the current king of the neighboring state, the situation will not change, but his successor, according to rumors, aims to establish real peace with Isaac. Then the young patriot remembered the lessons of history, that no matter how kind and fair the monarch ascending to the throne is, much depends on his retinue, which is capable of both developing and ruining the ruler's idea. Aslania agreed with the arguments of the interlocutor and noted that the entourage can also set the emperor up for something or against something, and therefore plays a key role in governing the state. As a result of this political discussion, the young people agreed that the ruler needs a close friend who will tell him the truth and protect him from lies and flattery, not afraid to risk his life for the sake of the country. Then Shaden was silent for a while and started talking about loyalty, about how it was a very useful quality for the inhabitants of the state. The crown prince's brother looked calm and satisfied with the conversation. He smiled and said that now his soul was calm and light, as it had been for a long time. Then the boy hesitated for a while and reached into his jacket pocket, from where he took out some object, after which he handed it straight into Aslania's hands. And when the Duke's daughter saw the gift, she was simply shocked by this act. In her palm lay a unique object which was very difficult to obtain in the game Fantastic Attraction, and only a select few achieved such success. It was a brooch of the imperial family, which the masters of the country gave in exceptional cases to people who had won their personal respect and trust. And it also contained powerful magic. Such a gift meant one thing: Shaden's interest exceeded the level of 50 units, and then love could develop. So Aslania warmly thanked her new friend. And since the lesson was over and the break began, the boy hurried out into the corridor, and literally right there, Yuven came in. He asked Nunu how she could make friends with such a blockhead, to which the girl replied that firstly, the brother of the crown prince is quite a worthy conversationalist, and secondly, he is older than the son of the marquis, so he should be addressed more respectfully. And while the second prince had not yet managed to go far from the class, young Appleton had managed to wash all his bones and concluded that according to his personal feeling, Aslania should stay away from this guy. The next morning, when the Duke's daughter came to class, she saw a letter lying on her desk in her usual place where she sat. Taking the envelope in her hands, the schoolgirl turned it over in her hands for a bit, and then opened it and took out a note. The message did not provide any specific information, but it contained the time and place where the author proposed a meeting with Aslania. The lines said that Lady Levenshurt should come at the end of the day to the hill located northeast of the city, and she should appear right today. The sorceress pondered all day about what awaited her at this meeting. She was sure that the letter was written by Shaden, and so as soon as the hour struck, she set off to meet adventures. It was indeed the king's son. He smiled when he saw Aslania and said that he was glad to see her. The boy thanked the schoolgirl for trusting him and suggested that they look at the stars shining in the dark blue sky. The Duke's daughter felt awkward because she knew these words well. According to the game's plot, they began Shaden's confession of love, but the problem was not with the confession, but with the correct answer. The fact is that according to the legend of the Fantastic Attraction, to answer the guy with consent meant to bring catastrophic negative consequences, and if you refuse, his heart would be broken. The teenagers climbed the city wall, and there the guy continued to talk about how he really wanted to bring Aslania here to show all the beauty of the night sky. The girl put her hand to her chest, where her heart was beating furiously, because this was an extremely important and exciting moment on which a lot, if not everything, depended. Suddenly, the sorceress was surrounded by a piercing cold, and her fingertips were covered with frost, and large beautiful snowflakes began to fall from them. The sorceress raised her astonished eyes and met Shaden's gaze. He looked at the girl with a chilling gaze and said that before death, a person should see something beautiful. And then he added that he considered Aslania a real monster who secretly wormed her way into the trust of others, and he should not talk to her at all, but rather just turn her into a piece of ice. The sorceress tried to find out the reason for such aggression, because she was completely sure that they had a normal relationship that was striving for friendship. The schoolgirl's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. A pattern of icy snowflakes danced around her. It was the spell of the ice prison. Finally, Shaden answered that this was the answer for the wound inflicted on his brother. Aslania could not believe her ears. She did not cause any serious damage to Rudin. The brother of the crown prince reminded her of their first meeting, when at the named day, the king's son offered the girl a closer relationship and called her his own because he really liked her. The young ice mage said that she could have simply refused, but Livenshirt chose to humiliate him in public. And then after communicating with her, the king's son changed and became a laughing stock. Then Shaden raised his voice and literally screamed that Aslania had led Rudin astray from his chosen path, and he was no longer the heir to the Isaac Empire that everyone knew. The Lord of Cold was sure that all these negative changes had occurred in the boy because of the young sorceress, who was to blame for everything and who would freeze to death for it. The insidious ice mage finished his monologue with a phrase about how love is the source of many troubles and destruction, and now he was convinced of this personally. Shaden clenched his fist and added that Aslania was poisoning his brother every day, turning the purposeful heir to the empire into a stupid fool. These words seemed especially unfair to the girl, because Rudin had behaved quite crazy and ugly even before meeting her. Although, of course, his last stunt as a prince on a white horse was a spectacular failure, and his scar is a stain of shame for the entire royal family. The schoolgirl remembered how the crown prince pranced on a horse with a painted face, and she began to laugh even despite the cold. One of the main spells of the Ice Mage is immobilization of the enemy by freezing, which hindered almost any movement. It was deserted and quiet around, and there was no one who could intervene, or at least distract the guy from his venture. Aslania had to rely only on herself. Overcoming the pain, the sorceress asked why Shaden did not like his brother so much, to which he answered with surprise that he did not understand where she got this from. The Duke's daughter gave an example that the brothers never communicate on school grounds, do not walk together, and rarely talk to each other at all. The boy's answer amazed the sorceress, because it turns out that all this time he had been secretly watching her and assessing whether the heiress of Livenshirt could become a worthy wife of the crown prince. The Ice Mage added that her magic could be useful to the kingdom, but the harm that it inflicts on the heir of the empire is much greater, and he does not want to risk the future of the entire country anymore. Aslania still could hardly believe that this was really happening to her, and that this favorite of game fans turned out to be so insidious and was going to freeze her to death. The freezing cold prevented her from thinking clearly, but the sorceress still realized that she had an imperial brooch with her, which should help in this situation. The artifact's main magic was protective, and it had the power to prevent direct danger directed at the owner. But the gift worked somehow strangely. It radiated power, but the sorceress could not activate it at full power. Shaden noticed that Aslania was trying to use the brooch and praised her for her intelligence. The Frost Mage added that he had specifically chosen the item for the sorceress because he wanted to strengthen his abilities and guarantee victory in this evening's fight. It turns out that as soon as the boy felt the awakening magic in himself, he immediately began to study the Duke's daughter, collecting materials from her fights and information about her abilities. The freezing live-in shirt listened as her opponent told her that he could not win in a fair fight, so he enchanted the family artifact, and thanks to it, was able to block her powers. The trick was that Aslania could concentrate any amount of magic in herself, but the spell affected her blood and gradually slowed her heart, depriving her of the ability to move. And now, Shaden proudly told about his trick, demonstrating his superiority and power over the weakening girl. The Duke's daughter could hardly think, realizing how her strength was leaving her with every minute. And the evil magician said that the lecture was over, and he was going to freeze and disintegrate her. The cold was unbearable, and Aslania closed her eyes, realizing that now she would witness an ending that had never happened before, even in her fantasies. The ice sorcerer glanced at the barely alive schoolgirl and said goodbye to her, intending to finish the job he had started. Suddenly he froze and said that she should not worry because his days were also numbered, and soon the brother of the crown prince would follow the sorceress to the next world, and he would do it for the sake of his kingdom, Isaac. But Aslania no longer listened to the enemy. She concentrated on the remaining grains of consciousness and made desperate attempts to come up with a way out of the current situation. The blood, of course, flowed through the veins very slowly, but still flowed, so the sorceress tensed up and tried to remove the magic of the brooch from the vessel's arteries and heart. An image of Bertrand appeared in her head, who was teaching his ward the spells of restoration. Then Schumann spoke specifically about the situation when the body is exposed to the magic of absolute cold and cannot use ordinary techniques. The only salvation is to concentrate strength and reserves on maintaining the heart's performance. Then with each beat, the blood will slowly begin to warm up and restore all body functions. Aslania, as her mentor taught, began to mentally contract the muscles of the heart itself and around it in order to stop the piercing cold and save herself. Meanwhile, Shaden came closer and again began to tell her how talented and strong she was, and if it were not for his intelligence and cunning, he would have no chance in a fair fight. Then the insidious ice mage put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that he was of course sorry, but the noblewoman herself was to blame, and her death would serve the good of the empire. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. They read surprise and the primal horror that people experience at the moment before imminent death. Aslania looked at her opponent and smiled, melting ice flowing down her face and body, and then asked if the young sorcerer was ready for such a turn of events. And while Shaden looked around in fear, looking for random support, the sorceress added that Rudin was certainly a fool, but his own brother was no better. The unsuccessful sorcerer began to back away, repeating that this could not be, but the sorceress had already completely thought out and told him to prepare for the upcoming punishment. The next moment, the insidious enemy realized that he was doomed, because in a one-on-one duel without cunning and deception, he would never be able to stand up to Aslania. And then the boy went on a verbal attack, shouting that this was some kind of unreal magic that simply could not exist, because he had calculated all the moves and should have won. The sorceress was very pleased to realize that she had coped with this difficult task without outside help, solely with her own understanding of magical processes. Then the sorceress raised her fist and said that she expected much more from the crown prince's brother and was very disappointed with his low and vile act, unworthy of a nobleman. After which Aslania laughed and asked if Shaden knew that she was officially allowed to use physical force against Rudin. The cold prince replied that it didn't matter, because she was a bad influence on the one who would eventually take the throne, and that was unacceptable. The sorceress quickly approached the ice mage and said with bitterness in her voice that she hadn't imagined this evening at all, because she had been counting on an interesting dialogue. Shaden didn't even try to resist. He only kept saying that the girl should leave the country so as not to have a bad influence on his brother. The sorceress moved so quickly that it was impossible to keep track of her, so the confused schoolboy soon fell silent. But why was young Livenshirt wrong in believing that the von Heinberg brothers were bitter enemies? Did her appearance in this world, and the reincarnation of an immortal soul, really affect anything? The fact is that the princes were born together and lived in friendship at the emperor's court. But on that very day of the name day and reception, when hatred should have been born, Aslania appeared. It was Rudin's arrogant and self-confident behavior at the event that should have sown deep contempt in Shaden's soul, which over the years turned into hostility. However, the active and aggressive guest completely mixed up the course of the storyline, and further development already went in a completely different direction. The cold prince might not like his brother, but the same blood flowed in their veins, and when he saw his relative being beaten, then of course his patriotic spirit could not remain on the sidelines. Shaden watched as the crown prince began to change before his eyes, how he began to come up with all sorts of ideas and fool around, which was not the case before, and his public declarations of love for an unknown girl kindled an unprecedented jealousy, which eventually led to real hatred towards the culprit of all these events, Aslania. The Duke's daughter was not going to keep silent about this event, so she directly addressed the emperor himself, since it so happened that both of his sons were so closely connected with her. Shaden came to his senses in a familiar environment, but it was strange because just a few moments ago, he was on a night hill outside the city, and now the sun was shining brightly. A familiar and stern voice asked how the boy was feeling, and whether he had come to his senses, to which the boy began to mumble in surprise that he did not expect to see his father. The emperor noticed that this meeting was of an official nature, so he asked to call him Your Majesty. Then the meeting continued. The ruler sat on the throne and was going to listen to both sides of the conflict to make a final decision. Shaden and Aslania stood below in front of the king and meekly carried out all orders. After Lady Livenshirt finished her story of the events that had taken place, there was silence. Then the emperor turned to the second prince and asked if everything that the duke's daughter had just said was true. The boy answered in the affirmative, but considered it necessary to add that he acted in the interests of the country because his brother's behavior had become horrific and unworthy. Shaden spoke sincerely. He insisted that his brother was the reincarnation of Yongun, the great hero, savior, and liberator, but after meeting Aslania, Rudin went the wrong way. The cold prince described the heir to the throne as a great man who was destined to decide the fate of the peoples of an entire continent. And if it weren't for this girl, the crown prince would have developed on his own path and not pranced on a horse and painted his face, so Shaden decided to save his brother and the country from the impending threat. The father praised his son for his zeal, and a smile spread across the second prince's face. However, the ruler added that Rudin, in addition to many talents, strength and intelligence, was a fool from birth, and meeting the young heiress of the duke did not affect his craving for eccentricities. The boy was shocked to the depths of his soul, because the emperor's wisdom was many times greater than his own, which meant that the boy had made a grave mistake and did not know what to do about it now. Moreover, the ruler revealed to his son his plan, according to which young Livenshirt was to guide the crown prince on the true path and correct his behavior. Then Shaden asked the emperor if the royal family could trust Aslania, and where was the guarantee that this young lady would not lead the empire to troubles and misfortunes. All this time, the duke's daughter was silent, and with her head down, listened to the argument between father and son. But when the conversation turned to trust in her person, she decided to intervene. The sorceress politely asked permission to speak, and having received approval, continued. She drew the emperor's attention to the fact that if the contradictions that were accumulating in the soul of the second prince were not given an outlet, then over time Shaden's heart would be filled with hatred, which was dangerous. The ruler replied that there was sense in her words, but what could be more significant for a son than his father's confidence? And Aslania said that there was a way to dot all the I's. The duke's daughter remembered that there was an ancient and incredibly reliable way to check the sincerity of any person: Cassandra's mirror, or mirror of truth. The artifact was created by the very first mistress of the Isaac Empire, named Cassandra, thanks to her magical abilities of the element of truth. The magic of truth is quite rare in this world, so the magic item turned out to be unique and incredibly powerful, and no one could deceive the mirror. It literally saw through everyone. The emperor was very surprised to hear from a stranger about a secret artifact and asked where she could have heard about it when only selected nobles know about it. Aslania came up with an answer on the fly and said that there are legends about the magic mirror among the people, and she once asked her father about it, although in fact it was in the description of the game secrets. The ruler was wary, having learned that a stranger was aware of the secrets of the royal treasury, because the mirror was an incredibly powerful tool in experienced hands. Meanwhile, Shaden stood kneeling and lowering his head. The boy wondered how it happened that the duke's daughter knew about such things. After thinking for a while, the king came to the conclusion that since the artifact was not a secret for Aslania, it could be used while the second prince was clearly against it. But the father did not agree with his son, noting that what was the use of a magical artifact if it gathered dust in a hiding place for years without being used and of no use to their family. And when the novice frost mage agreed with the king's arguments, the emperor ordered the servants to immediately deliver the sacred relic to the hall. Soon the order was carried out, and a huge oval-shaped mirror appeared in front of Aslania. It was taller than her height, and in appearance was no different from ordinary mirrors. The heiress of the Livenshirt family approached the ancient artifact, and the king said that if a person is telling the truth, the surface will glow blue, and if he is lying, then red. The sorceress approached her reflection and looked at her tired and serious face. Where was the joy with which she planned to live this new life? Having collected her thoughts, Aslania began to speak. She did not know the details of the work of this lie detector, and therefore simply followed the instructions. The first phrase of the duke's daughter about her not going to harm or cause any harm to the first prince responded with a bright bluish glow. Then the girl continued. Then turning around and looking at Shadin, the sorceress noted that she considered Rudin a child who could be raised and made great, but if neglected, the result would be disastrous. The radiance of truth gave the girl a special aura in which her serious face seemed somehow sublime. The second prince looked at the result of the family artifact's work and began to feel remorse because he thought that Aslania was bad, but it turns out that he was cruelly mistaken. And the last thing the already relaxed sorceress said was an oath that she wished only good and prosperity for the imperial family as well as for her empire Isaac. The emperor calmly and silently watched this process. He was pleased that his trust in the girl was not in vain. Aslania looked at the Prince of Cold, who had just recently sincerely wanted to kill her, and asked if he believed her now. The boy was still kneeling and did not know what to do, because he felt morally depressed and broken. The sorceress took the king's second son by the hand and offered him to move together on the path to ensuring a better future for their country. Shaden was shocked by how this fragile girl could combine so much strength, intelligence, and nobility. The next day at school was as usual lessons, breaks, and children communicating with each other. The students turned around when they heard the loud voice of the boy coming from the door. During the break, Shaden approached Aslania and publicly apologized to her for his actions. The Frost Mage said that he took the situation emotionally and therefore was unable to see the whole picture and made a fatal mistake, and now he is very remorseful and wants to atone for his guilt. The schoolgirl drew the boys' attention to the fact that they were not just being watched, but a whole crowd of onlookers had gathered around. The king's second son was silent for a while, apparently collecting his thoughts, and then continued. Shaden said that his father had entrusted Aslania with the choice of punishment, so she had the right to deal with the culprit of the incident as she wished, beat him, expel him from school, or even send him out of the country. The duke's daughter was horrified by the thought of what this in general good and decent boy, who sincerely cares about the empire and loves his brother, had to endure. And while the young magician was breaking down from internal pain, the schoolgirl was thinking about what nickname her classmates would come up with for her after this incident. The sorceress took a deep breath and prepared to choose the fate for the second son of the king of the empire, Isaac. It was obvious that the boy was extremely depressed. Morally, he even closed his eyes in fear of the unknown. Aslania put her hand on the schoolboy's shoulder. Much like he had done before, he tried to freeze her to death and then said that we are all human and we make mistakes. Then young Livenshirt added that there are very few sincere patriots like Shaden, so there is no need to drop out of school or leave. She forgives him, but he still has to do something. On the one hand, the boy was glad that he would not have to leave his native land, but on the other hand, he was wary because he would still have to answer somehow. Aslania said that the best way to atone for her guilt would be to help raise Rudin in the right direction, because she can only influence him at school, but not at home. The heir to the throne did not hear what the children were talking about, but he saw the girl put her hand on his brother's shoulder, which caused a storm of emotions in him, because this was a new level of closeness. Meanwhile, Shaden stood and did not know what to do, because the punishment that the girl had come up with for him was actually the meaning of his entire life before this incident. Then the Duke's daughter extended her hand to the second prince and offered friendship because they were in the same boat and should act together. The boy stood, looked at the palm extended to him, and thought about how little he still understood about people, which meant that there was a lot of work ahead. Finally, the second prince realized that the pause had dragged on and hastened to shake his hand, saying that it would be a great gift for him to have a friend like Lady Levenshurt. A few weeks later, Rudin suddenly realized that his once carefree life had turned into a real nightmare and horror. At school, the Duke's daughter followed him closely, and at home, his own brother did not lag behind, so the boy was completely deprived of a place where he could relax. Shaden and Aslania literally did not give the first prince a break and tried to control all his actions and stop his pranks. Also, the Duke's daughter transferred to the class where Rudin studied and created a rule for the heir to the empire, forbidding him to commit more than 3 pranks a day, otherwise Livenshirt would stop communicating with him. At some point, the crown prince began to notice sidelong glances from his classmates. He was rapidly losing the respect of those around him, despite his privileged status. The boy hoped to get some rest from the discomfort, at least in a home environment, but now this was also impossible. Shaden kept his word, given to the Duke's daughter, and tirelessly controlled his brother as soon as he crossed the threshold of the palace. 1299. Sometimes the second prince did this secretly, silently, following the emperor's son along the corridors. And even the boy's sleep was now under surveillance from the outside. In fact, Rudin was under total control. The crown prince's friends, whom he invited to visit, noticed that he did not even notice their presence, and sometimes simply talked to himself. The king's son looked unhappy and did not know what to do. He tried to share the situation with those around him, but no one wanted to take his side. On the contrary, his friends advised their classmate to fulfill the girl's demand and behave more restrainedly because it was so easy for them to control their words and actions. But for Rudin, the need to watch himself was unbearable because he was used to behaving as he wanted. Moreover, the crown prince was sure that all his words came from the heart, but his friends hinted that there was too much self-praise, pride, and stupidity in his speeches. The first prince's friend looked at his classmate and did not know what other words to choose to explain elementary things to him. He could not directly call him a fool, could he? Then the friend advised Rudin to stop talking just like that and to open his mouth only in extreme cases, because then words that Aslania might not like would not be uttered. This idea seemed very interesting to the heir to the empire, because if he uttered only important words, then the chance of error would be reduced to minimal values. The next day at school, when the first prince and the Duke's daughter met, the boy decided to try his new tactic. Rudin smiled at the thought that today he would begin to surprise young Lievenshirt. The children greeted each other, and Aslania asked if the king's son would be fooling around today, to which he slyly replied that he had completely different plans. The sorceress noted that she was glad about the changes in the crown prince's mood and hoped that they would lead him to a better life and real success. The boy stood and analyzed the current situation. Yesterday, he was eloquent and was ignored by the girl, and today he was simply silent, and she agreed to communicate with him. Rudin thought that achieving his goals was not so difficult. You just need to watch your body and suppress his attempts to do something unnecessary before it happened. Thus, day after day, habit after habit, Shaidan and Aslania formed a new emperor who was supposed to lead the country over time. After the crown prince stopped saying out loud everything that came into his head, he began to seem like an adequate and quite restrained person, and his actions stopped sounding childish. Young Lievenshirt sat at her desk and thought about how Rudin's reputation had finally begun to grow. Everyone praised his reserved smile and balanced decisions. However, if everything was more or less clear with the king's son, then Juven began to instill concern because the boy had developed some kind of incomprehensible hobby, for the sake of which he disappeared every now and then. Most of all, Aslania was depressed by the fact that her little brother began to lie, saying that he found a part-time job in the city because she knew how much money the boy received for pocket money. It was true that one could worry about Appleton's son because night adventures under the full moon were becoming a common occurrence for him, and while other children slept at home in their beds or read an exciting book before going to bed, the Marquise's son, wrapped in a dark cloak, walked outside the city walls. Juven was not alone on this path. He had comrades who shared his values and life priorities. True, it cannot be said that the young man was on equal terms with these desperate and experienced people. Not at all. For example, the accomplices came to the meeting with open faces, and the young gentleman wore a mask. But the main difference was that they completely obeyed Juven and addressed him extremely politely as their master and lord. The teenager's subordinates called him Urian and admired his strength and achievements. He tried to make them talk to him as an equal, but the people were adamant and continued to grovel. Not wanting to waste time on empty arguments, the boy preferred to give in and allow his comrades to flatter him a little. In response, the club members called the young master an outstanding adventurer who had proven his abilities in practice. Juven replied that there was nothing supernatural in his talents, to which his new friends reacted with sincere surprise. There were 6 levels of skill in the adventurer organization, and it took about 10 years to reach the highest. But Urian reached the peak of his career in just 3 months, which his comrades admired, and the partners also apologized for not being able to find a high-difficulty dungeon that their new friend needed to develop. In fact, the guy had passed this test some time ago, but he did not want to tell the Adventurers Club about it, wanting to keep this news for later. Getting the maximum level in this closed society is very difficult at the moment. There are only 5 such people in the whole world. Juven arrived at the appointed place in order to meet the most outstanding adventurer of his time. The teenager looked around, but did not see anyone. Perhaps he arrived earlier than planned, or his colleague was late. Suddenly, right behind him, the Marquise's son heard someone's cheerful voice asking the guy who he was looking for in such a place at such a late hour. After using the spell, Urian flew forward a few meters and turned around, but his interlocutor assured him that there was no need to be afraid because he was not going to harm him. The Marquise's son asked when the stranger had managed to sneak up, to which he replied that he had come here a long time ago and had managed to blend in with the terrain, so the boy simply did not notice him. Then the great adventurer quickly approached and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that they needed to sit down and talk. His hand was so strong that Urian only cried out in pain and sank to one knee, so powerful was the touch. This was a very strange magic, that the air of Appleton had never encountered before, and he was unable to resist it. Meanwhile, the man sat down in front of him, crossed his legs, and smiled. Finally, Yuvin could get a good look at him. He was a very young guy with a simple face and a friendly appearance. He thanked the teenager for the tasks he had completed and praised him for his diligence in the field of adventurers. However, the boy said that he had not completed the quests of his own free will, but on the instructions of the guild, to which the stranger replied that the leadership of the Old Tree Society received orders from him himself. Then Yuven was told that he had not come all this way for nothing. It was a series of difficult tests to check his readiness to join the organization and gain a decent status in it. The great adventurer added that if Urian had refused even once or failed the mission, then this meeting would never have taken place. But as it was, everyone got what they wanted. After a pause, the boy licked his lips very slyly and said that this was all part of a big plan. The boy felt a little uneasy because he realized that he had been playing someone's complicated and incomprehensible game for the last 3 months. In response, the guild member handed the teenager a crumpled piece of paper and added that the checks had come to an end, which meant it was time to explain and tell everything. And while the boy peered at the contents of the note, his comrade explained that he had been closely watching him all this time and was very pleased with the information he had collected. The message was an official application for joining the Adventurers Society, which Urian had written 3 months ago. Only now his real name, Yuvan Appleton, was listed at the bottom. The Marquise's son was shocked that the secret of his true identity had been revealed, and apparently the guild had known about it for a long time. And when the stranger loudly called the boy by name indicating his status, the guildmates who were standing aside began to actively whisper because everyone in the city knew this dark mage. Yuvan asked how they knew his name, to which the stranger laughed, raised his finger up, and said that it was very easy. It is very difficult to hide such strong magic, and since there are not many powerful young mages, it was easy to compare the facts. The guy added that he figured out the air of Appleton almost immediately, as soon as he was convinced what kind of magic the candidate for joining the guild uses. Sitting under the trees and admiring the upcoming sunset, the adventurer added that a mask on the face cannot hide age and gives more of an illusion of mystery than real protection. Then the examiner drew attention to the lines in the questionnaire, which stated that the candidate's ultimate goal was praise for the beloved. The teenager really set himself such a task, but never thought that it would be examined under a magnifying glass. The guild member added that he found this point very interesting and worthy of special attention. And then the adventurer put his finger to the boy's face and said that they were about to have a man-to-man talk, and therefore Yuvan should take off his mask. Reluctantly, the boy took off the white object, and everyone present enthusiastically greeted the heir of Appleton. Then he asked what important thing they managed to find out about his personal life. The interlocutor answered that, judging by his information, Lady Levenshurt is precisely the object of the young adventurer's adoration, because they study at the same school and spend enough time together. Once again, the Marquise's son was shocked by the news that the guild not only gives tasks, but also spies on candidates. The guy answered that a boy in love is quite easy to recognize by the way he looks at the girl, talks to her, and how he reacts to the mention of her person, like now. But the next phrase of the senior comrade struck Yuvan in the heart, because he said that in the current situation, they will not be able to be together. The guild member continued and said that the desire of the heir of Appleton to become stronger than Aslania is understandable, but given her potential, it will take years to achieve this goal. And will she wait that long? The dark mage replied that there is not a single worthy candidate around the sorceress, except him, so she will definitely wait. To which the guild member objected that Levenshurt is not only strong, she is also smart, so she herself sees the lack of candidates, which means that over time she will begin to lower the bar for them. This is inevitable. Yuvan did not know what to answer, since the words of the great adventurer seemed to be true. He also added that while young Appleton is developing his powers, others are establishing relationships with the lady. In conclusion, the senior comrade noted that the magician could indeed become the most powerful and surpass Aslania, but would there be room for him in her heart by that time? After these words, the guild member fell silent, and a sly smile froze on his face, which he seemed to never part with. After a pause, and examining the trees, the great adventurer continued, and said that he knew the right way out of this situation, and would help the young magician realize his plans. Belton was indeed an expert in such matters, but he never helped for no reason. This man experienced the deepest moral satisfaction from contemplating love intrigues, and especially the tragedies of unhappy love. Moreover, he liked to create and weave them. With an incredible craving for behind-the-scenes games, the great adventurer could play people like chess pieces, playing out all sorts of games, according to his own scenario. And now, Juven, having succumbed to the truthfulness of Belton's words, already asked his comrade for help and advice, to which he happily responded, assuring that he would make every effort to resolve the issue. The Marquise's son felt uneasy because he had chased his dream, and really began to communicate much less with Aslania, for whose sake he had started all this development. In the Adventurers Guild, Belton was the most curious and nosy member, and as soon as he read Juven's statement, he immediately became interested in the love story of noble families. Aslania said that the best way to atone for her guilt would be to help raise Rudin in the right direction, because she can only influence him at school, but not at home. The heir to the throne did not hear what the children were talking about, but he saw the girl put her hand on his brother's shoulder, which caused a storm of emotions in him, because this was a new level of closeness. Meanwhile, Shaden stood and did not know what to do, because the punishment that the girl had come up with for him was actually the meaning of his entire life before this incident. Then the Duke's daughter extended her hand to the second prince and offered friendship because they were in the same boat and should act together. The boy stood, looked at the palm extended to him, and thought about how little he still understood about people, which meant that there was a lot of work ahead. Finally, the second prince realized that the pause had dragged on and hastened to shake his hand, saying that it would be a great gift for him to have a friend like Lady Levenshurt. A few weeks later, Rudin suddenly realized that his once carefree life had turned into a real nightmare and horror. At school, the Duke's daughter followed him closely, and at home, his own brother did not lag behind, so the boy was completely deprived of a place where he could relax. Shaden and Aslania literally did not give the first prince a break and tried to control all his actions and stop his pranks. Also, the Duke's daughter transferred to the class where Rudin studied and created a rule for the heir to the empire, forbidding him to commit more than 3 pranks a day, otherwise Levenshurt would stop communicating with him. At some point, the crown prince began to notice sidelong glances from his classmates. He was rapidly losing the respect of those around him, despite his privileged status. The boy hoped to get some rest from the discomfort, at least in a home environment, but now this was also impossible. Shaden kept his word, given to the Duke's daughter, and tirelessly controlled his brother as soon as he crossed the threshold of the palace. 1299. Sometimes the second prince did this secretly, silently, following the emperor's son along the corridors. And even the boy's sleep was now under surveillance from the outside. In fact, Rudin was under total control. The crown prince's friends, whom he invited to visit, noticed that he did not even notice their presence, and sometimes simply talked to himself. The king's son looked unhappy and did not know what to do. He tried to share the situation with those around him, but no one wanted to take his side. On the contrary, his friends advised their classmate to fulfill the girl's demand and behave more restrainedly because it was so easy for them to control their words and actions. But for Rudin, the need to watch himself was unbearable because he was used to behaving as he wanted. Moreover, the crown prince was sure that all his words came from the heart, but his friends hinted that there was too much self-praise, pride, and stupidity in his speeches. The first prince's friend looked at his classmate and did not know what other words to choose to explain elementary things to him. He could not directly call him a fool, could he? Then the friend advised Rudin to stop talking just like that, and to open his mouth only in extreme cases, because then words that Aslania might not like would not be uttered. This idea seemed very interesting to the heir to the empire, because if he uttered only important words, then the chance of error would be reduced to minimal values. The next day at school, when the first prince and the duke's daughter met, the boy decided to try his new tactic. Rudin smiled at the thought that today he would begin to surprise young Lievenshirt. The children greeted each other, and Aslania asked if the king's son would be fooling around today, to which he slyly replied that he had completely different plans. The sorceress noted that she was glad about the changes in the crown prince's mood, and hoped that they would lead him to a better life and real success. The boy stood and analyzed the current situation. Yesterday, he was eloquent and was ignored by the girl, and today he was simply silent, and she agreed to communicate with him. Rudin thought that achieving his goals was not so difficult. You just need to watch your body and suppress his attempts to do something unnecessary before it happened. Thus, day after day, habit after habit, Shaidan and Aslania formed a new emperor who was supposed to lead the country over time. After the crown prince stopped saying out loud everything that came into his head, he began to seem like an adequate and quite restrained person, and his actions stopped sounding childish. Young Lievenshirt sat at her desk and thought about how Rudin's reputation had finally begun to grow. Everyone praised his reserved smile and balanced decisions. However, if everything was more or less clear with the king's son, then Juven began to instill concern, because the boy had developed some kind of incomprehensible hobby, for the sake of which he disappeared every now and then. Most of all, Aslania was depressed by the fact that her little brother began to lie, saying that he found a part-time job in the city because she knew how much money the boy received for pocket money. It was true that one could worry about Appleton's son, because night adventures under the full moon were becoming a common occurrence for him, and while other children slept at home in their beds or read an exciting book before going to bed, the Marquise's son, wrapped in a dark cloak, walked outside the city walls. Juven was not alone on this path. He had comrades who shared his values and life priorities. True, it cannot be said that the young man was on equal terms with these desperate and experienced people. Not at all. For example, the accomplices came to the meeting with open faces, and the young gentleman wore a mask. But the main difference was that they completely obeyed Juven and addressed him extremely politely as their master and lord. The teenager's subordinates called him Urian and admired his strength and achievements. He tried to make them talk to him as an equal, but the people were adamant and continued to grovel. Not wanting to waste time on empty arguments, the boy preferred to give in and allow his comrades to flatter him a little. In response, the club members called the young master an outstanding adventurer who had proven his abilities in practice. Juven replied that there was nothing supernatural in his talents, to which his new friends reacted with sincere surprise. There were 6 levels of skill in the adventurer organization, and it took about 10 years to reach the highest. But Urian reached the peak of his career in just 3 months, which his comrades admired, and the partners also apologized for not being able to find a high-difficulty dungeon that their new friend needed to develop. In fact, the guy had passed this test some time ago, but he did not want to tell the Adventurers Club about it, wanting to keep this news for later. Getting the maximum level in this closed society is very difficult at the moment. There are only 5 such people in the whole world. Juven arrived at the appointed place in order to meet the most outstanding adventurer of his time. The teenager looked around, but did not see anyone. Perhaps he arrived earlier than planned, or his colleague was late. Suddenly, right behind him, the Marquise's son heard someone's cheerful voice asking the guy who he was looking for in such a place at such a late hour. After using the spell, Urian flew forward a few meters and turned around, but his interlocutor assured him that there was no need to be afraid because he was not going to harm him. The Marquise's son asked when the stranger had managed to sneak up, to which he replied that he had come here a long time ago and had managed to blend in with the terrain, so the boy simply did not notice him. Then the great adventurer quickly approached and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that they needed to sit down and talk. His hand was so strong that Urian only cried out in pain and sank to one knee, so powerful was the touch. This was a very strange magic that the heir of Appleton had never encountered before, and he was unable to resist it. Meanwhile, the man sat down in front of him, crossed his legs, and smiled. Finally, Yuvin could get a good look at him. He was a very young guy with a simple face and a friendly appearance. He thanked the teenager for the tasks he had completed and praised him for his diligence in the field of adventurers. However, the boy said that he had not completed the quests of his own free will, but on the instructions of the guild, to which the stranger replied that the leadership of the Old Tree Society received orders from him himself. Then Yuven was told that he had not come all this way for nothing. It was a series of difficult tests to check his readiness to join the organization and gain a decent status in it. The great adventurer added that if Urian had refused even once or failed the mission, then this meeting would never have taken place. But as it was, everyone got what they wanted. After a pause, the boy licked his lips very slyly and said that this was all part of a big plan. The boy felt a little uneasy because he realized that he had been playing someone's complicated and incomprehensible game for the last 3 months. In response, the guild member handed the teenager a crumpled piece of paper and added that the checks had come to an end, which meant it was time to explain and tell everything. And while the boy peered at the contents of the note, his comrade explained that he had been closely watching him all this time and was very pleased with the information he had collected. The message was an official application for joining the Adventurers Society, which Urian had written 3 months ago. Only now his real name, Yuvan Appleton, was listed at the bottom. The Marquise's son was shocked that the secret of his true identity had been revealed, and apparently the guild had known about it for a long time. And when the stranger loudly called the boy by name indicating his status, the guildmates who were standing aside began to actively whisper because everyone in the city knew this dark mage. Yuvan asked how they knew his name, to which the stranger laughed, raised his finger up, and said that it was very easy. It is very difficult to hide such strong magic, and since there are not many powerful young mages, it was easy to compare the facts. The guy added that he figured out the heir of Appleton almost immediately, as soon as he was convinced what kind of magic the candidate for joining the guild uses.